15 seconds. Ten seconds.
Now it's time to go local for your footy. This is EFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bayswater Oval, the venue for Premier Division Finals, and it all kicks off this afternoon. What a great day we've got out here. 19 degrees. The ground's in spectacular nick. The centre wicket is nice and green and lush, but the players are running through it quite nicely, and we've got a mouth-watering clash this afternoon. It's South Croydon, who finished third, taking on Blackburn, who finished sixth in an elimination final. And it's a big game for both clubs because the loser is out. Yes, under these new rules this year, there's a top six in Premier Division, and we have a game today and a game tomorrow, and both the losers are unfortunately going to be saying goodbye for season 2023. But also it has been good to at least give another club an opportunity to participate in finals, especially after our COVID years. To help me go through the next 55 minutes as we lead up to the broadcast this afternoon of the game, Ryan Lung riding with me this afternoon. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Good afternoon, Brash. Very excited and absolutely an absolute pleasure to be sitting aside you and Spider, a couple of veterans in the media team. You've been around the league for much longer than I have, so it's been great getting to hear your insights and learning about the league with you guys all season. And a return to finals for Premier Division, very exciting. Can't wait to see. Both sides have been... They both had interesting seasons, and South Croydon are in phenomenal form, which we'll touch on a bit later. Just can't wait to get stuck into the game.
Yes, and the other gentleman joining me this afternoon, and yes, he's seen as many finals, if not a few more than what I have, but his expertise is second to none, and look forward to having him joining us for pre-match again. Matt Lee, how are you, Matt?
Good afternoon to you, Brash, Ryan, and all the listeners. What a glorious afternoon out here at Bayswater Oval. Can't think of anywhere else to be on this lovely, almost spring day. We're just still in August, but gee, what a sight. The ground is in spectacular condition, and just really looking forward to what's going to be a really good contest this afternoon. Finally, we get back to some finals footy back out here at Bayswater. It's been a couple of years, but I'm sure the crowd will flock here this afternoon, and everyone will enjoy themselves getting out around the eastern suburbs and catching up with family, friends, but also, more importantly, barracking for their side.
I got to say, my gentlemen, I had to walk nearly a mile and a half just to get into the ground, and I had to take the long way around. But it's funny, you walk into a ground like this, and I don't think you can. Spider, I know you'd agree with me. I don't think you could ever get sick and tired of coming to Bayswater and watch a Premier or First Division finals, could you?
Oh, you never do, Brash. I'll tell you, over the years, there's not too many days where it hasn't been like this. There's been the odd rain day. I remember there was one grand final which you would have been associated with. Vermont played Donvale. We just had torrential rain. That was probably about the
4 goals to 2, I think that was.
That was about the only one we probably lucked out in. But every other year, the weather just seems to turn itself on. But look, it's a great day, and they've done a great job getting the ground in really good order. And I think everyone will be really surprised when they get here, considering the amount of rain that we have had in recent times. So it's a credit to everyone concerned to make sure that we've got the grounds in really good order. Coaches
Brendan Allen and Marcus Bazaglo will be joining us in this hour to give their thoughts on how they feel that the game is going to pan out this afternoon. So we will just sort of... with that in mind, with Brendan coming in very shortly, we'll probably hold off until he comes in. But I just want to kick the game, or today. I want to kick today off with First Division, the game between East Ringwood and Mitcham.
Huge.
And we can get back to talking a little bit more after that as the broadcast goes through. And It's a massive milestone for Mitcham once again. They've done a fantastic job just to make it to the second semi-final.
Red hot finals form they are. They've just been in sensational. We can go back to 2019, their run then. A big win over Mulbach, and the fact that they rolled them in that last quarter by 40 points in the end. Was it kicking into the win maybe as well? So
against it.
Against the win, so even more impressive.
Well, it was.
Well, right on cue, the coach of Blackburn, Brendan Allen, joins us. Good afternoon, Brendan. How are you, mate?
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. I'm just having a look at Blackburn's form throughout the year, and it's been, out of all the 6 sides in the top 6, not only have you been trying to chase a higher spot on the ladder for most of the year, but the sides beneath you have been also trying to take your 6th spot.
Yeah, we had a good little patch middle of the year where we won 5 out of 6, I think it was, and that sort of set us up. But been plagued by just a big spate of injuries early, and then in the second half as well. But I mean, that's footy. But we're lucky we've got a few personnel back coming towards the end of the year.
But that's obviously kudos not only to the player himself, but the support staff to get them back onto the park for you at the right time.
Yeah, we're really well set up down at Blackie. We're trying to run a VFL program. We've got an injury clinic on Monday, and we're supported by a good physio, and our club doctor is actually Collingwood's club doctor. So boys get in there on Monday, get checked out, and yeah, we look after them. Costs us a little bit, but you got to invest in your players and invest in their health because they're the ones who put the show on. Talking
about today's elimination final, I would dare say last week Vermont would have given you a really good tough game to set you up for a game like this afternoon.
Yeah, she was a physical contest last week. Our oval is getting redone, thank God, next year. Yep. So we'll have a new surface. But yeah, the water that we've had this winter, it was pretty wet and slushy, and there was not much turning, so it was a physical bang crash game, and their bigger bodies come to play, and they really took it up to us in the first half. But we got a score update from Norwood, and it sparked the boys in the action at half time, and our second half was one of the better halves of footy we played all year.
G'day, Brendan. Great to have you on the broadcast again. Thanks for your time. When you look back at the season, you played South Croydon back on Anzac Day, and for a majority of the day, you're in the contest, but wasn't until the second half when they really blew the game open. South Croydon, just a couple of some heroic efforts by the King boys and Wilson up forward, etc. And then in the return game down at their ground, they really just blew you apart. What are some of the key learnings that you took out of those games that you go into today's game wary of, and some of those areas that you think you're going to have to improve on to make this contest one that you can really walk away with your heads held high at the end of the day?
Look, the first meeting Anzac Day, I think it was 4 minutes of footy that really cost us. 23rd minute mark of the third quarter, Kingy went bang bang out of centre bounce, and I think they kicked 5 goals in that period, and that was the game. It's done and dusted. So for the most part, we actually, I'll probably argue that we outplayed them in the first half. But the second meeting, we were pretty ravaged by injury. I think we had 11 changes from the week before. No excuses, personnel come up, but they're a really well-drilled unit. They've played a lot of footy together for over a lot of years, and Bugsy's got them roaring at the right time. So you got the obviously the X factor of big Maxi King in the ruck, and then Dan King, and then Kilpatrick's, I reckon, their best player by a mile. And then you got Jones coming in, by the looks of it, the team. So he adds another layer to it as well. So they're, out of everyone we've played this year, I think them and Noble Park are actually the benchmark, to be honest.
And when you consider that you're playing them on a big ground out here at Bayswater this afternoon, that mustn't hold too many fears for you, because you've been out on this ground a number of times yourselves. But what are the sort of areas do you think you're really going to have to work on from a defensive structure to really isolate them and potentially close the game down so you can get the ball and the game on your terms?
Well, Norwood actually took it right up to them last week, and for 3 quarters had them, to be honest. Their contested footy and their stoppage work was really good, but it gave a really good insight as to how they get teams. I think even though Norwood were on top, South Croydon still had 125 marks. So you've got to stop marking the footy, because it's hard to get it back off them. So they'll chip their way through to a point where they can go quick, and then obviously Wilson up front, and they've got a few targets up there that are dangerous. But yeah, you've got to stop them from intercept marking in the back half and then chipping their way through the middle of the ground.
Brendan, I keep going back to one of your games earlier this season where you were in a really good form. I think it was against Baldwin where you had that big win, be able to hit the scoreboard quite a bit. Do you sort of look at that game as maybe your absolute best when you're firing? Was that probably your best win for the season? Yeah, that was probably our best four-quarter effort. And yeah, the way we moved the ball and were able to score quickly was the best it's been all year. We're probably, from that day, I think we're missing 3 or 4, but look, as I said, it's a brand of footy that we try and play across all our grades, so if we can bring that today, I think it'll trouble them. And one of South Croydon's biggest strengths is probably, especially in the last 6 weeks, they've been able to hit the scoreboard quite a bit, and they've got a very attacking forward line. Just on your back line, the likes of like Dunn and Zalek and a few others, how important are they to the structure of the side, and today especially with a lot of forwards to shut down? Yeah, well, young Zal, he's still eligible for under-19s, believe it or not, and he's the only one that's played all 18 games for us this year. So we've got 13 kids playing their first final. I think we've got something like 12 to 13 players under 21. So we're a young team, and they're going to learn a lot today. Hopefully they've come to play. You just don't know, being their first final, but our back line's going to be pretty important for our rebound and starting our offence. Mickey Dunn back in this week, but Sam McCauley's going to have a big job on Wilson.
How do you coach that, Brendan, in terms of, you just mentioned you've got a number of players playing their first final. Last week we saw a team in Division 2 East Burwood play with a number of players similar to that, playing their first final, and they seem to get overwhelmed. In your scenario, how do you alleviate that possibility with your guys today? Is it a meeting beforehand? What sort of calmness approach do you have to take as a coach to say, guys, you're on the big stage here today, these are the requirements, but also letting them know from a message point of view, it is a game of footy too. Be yourself. Oh, you just got to stick with your routine and what you've done all year. You can't heighten things or put more emphasis on things. Well, it is a final. It already's got it itself. So you don't have to keep repeating it and overawe them that way. But yeah, look, it's tough. You haven't got them 24/7. You don't know if they played the game in their head last night while watching the Melbourne Storm get done. It was a heartbreaking. It was a bit heartbreaking, but you just got to hope and that all year that our routine and our way gets the butterfly and the nerves out pretty quick, and once they're 5 minutes into the game, it's footy. So.
Finally, from me, Brendan, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention the skipper, Paddy Lawler. He's played 16 games, been in your best 10 times this year. He really has led from the front this year, hasn't he? He's been outstanding. I collared him last year when I knew Pat Compton was sort of thinking that it was nearly done. And I'll never forget, I was walking up the race to training on a Thursday night, and I said to him, you'll be captain next year. He looked at me and said, what are you talking about? You'll be captain next year, get used to it. And I walked off on him. He come back 2 weeks later and goes, you absolutely rattled me. I said, well, get used to it. I think you'll be it. And anyway, he obviously got voted in the pre-season. The players voted the captain in. But I think early days he was just finding his way. But the last 6 to 7 weeks he's been outstanding. He's gone back into the midfield. Yeah. I think he's averaging 30 disposals the last 4 weeks. So he's a power runner, and he's a great fellow to boot. Well, Bayswater Grand certainly tailor-made for a Paddy Lawler, I can guarantee you that. 100%. Hopefully we get today done and we can get back here again. It'd be nice. Well, Brendan, thanks very much for coming up and joining us this afternoon and sharing your thoughts on Blackburn's fortunes this afternoon. Good luck for whatever happens, and hopefully you win today and you continue on in this final series. It all starts again, mate, so hopefully, different ball game. We'll, I'll tell you at 4:30 how we're going. Good luck. Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Brendan Allen, the coach of the Blackburn Football Club. And always very generous with his time, and also very generous with the information that he passes on to the media team. Well, I think it's honesty, Brash, and Ryan, isn't it, really? Yeah. He's just really open and transparent the way that he has faith in his players and putting it out there. And we have to give him credit, because at the start of the season we thought there were a few concerns. We looked at that first Baldwin game, and they were well off the pace, and they've come back the second time to
to beat them quite comfortably, and they've had some really good performances to hold off the likes of Norwood and Vermont, who were pushing at times to knock them out of that top 6 spot. So they've deserved their spot. And look, it's a bit like a free hit. They don't have the expectations behind them. South Croydon, they're coming in as red hot favourites. Blackburn come out here today with no expectations. If you lose, oh well, you lost to a really good side. But I think that will help them play, with no shackles, no limits.
Well, it probably could also be a good stepping block for them for 2023 because it gives them the opportunity to have a look at where they're probably heading as a club from the direction point of view. So they'll get those games into them. They've had a bit of a taste of the finals with some young guys, and then they go out and have a bit of look structurally what they need to do to get better. And they've got a lot of good young players in their reserves and under 19. So the quality is there. It's being able to maintain them, hold on to them, and then nurture them through to senior ranks and look after them and have that sustained success.
Out of all the clubs in Premier Division, Blackburn have always been predominantly the benchmark side in the reserve grade. And look, they've won flags. They've probably played in the last, and don't quote me on this, but I reckon they've played in the last 6 final series in the reserves. They've probably won 4 flags. So they are the benchmark in this decision in that division, and it's probably hard for some of those players in that grade who are striving to try and get a game in the seniors at Blackburn, and when they don't see their dance card, being promoted up into that side, I can see why at times some of the players would get a bit stale, Spider.
Yeah, look, and that does happen. I mean, when you think about Blackburn, I always go back to when they came up to the top division back in 2002, and there was a lot of expectation, and the dream was alive that they could one day perhaps get to the ultimate and win the top division of what they were playing. Now that they're in Premier, they've been there for 20 years, but they haven't tasted the ultimate success. They've only had 1 grand final, and that was a loss against Vermont back in 2019. And really, at times, they weren't really in that game. To be fair, Vermont were just a better side. But Blackburn throughout that year had a reasonable year. So I think for them, I think their supporters are just hungry for a little bit more success in the finals. And if they can keep this group together, and add to it, there's no reason why they can't continue on that path. But it takes a lot of work from a coach like Brendan Allen to get that happening, and they've obviously got good faith in him because they've reappointed him.
And just a quick question for you, Brash and Spider. Going back to 2019, obviously that grand final loss to Vermont, did the 2020 the COVID situation, did that really hurt the club? Because were they in a position where they could, a challenge again for a flag? Obviously now they're a bit younger, they've lost some of their key players, and they're sort of regenerating as they go. Is that sort of a bad timing for them?
Yeah, look, I firmly believe they were right in that.
It halted their momentum. Yes.
Yeah, it did, and they were right in that grand. They were right in that grand final for a long way. I think it was probably 2.5. It was just more towards Vermont just got hold of them just before 3/4 time and just put the game out of their reach.
They just couldn't finish on the scoreboard.
No,
that was their big problem. Yeah.
Just quickly, I'll give you a quick score out here in a reserves elimination final here. It's between Park Orchards and Berwick, and it's at the 3-minute mark, and we've got Park Orchards 4-6-30 to Berwick 2-3-15. So an early lead here in that third quarter. It's been a close game, but look, it's a magnificent contest. Just before we go off Blackburn, Brendan Allen was alluding to the fact that we've got, that his side, the theme of his side as he was talking is changes every week, injury. And I mean, I've got to look at their side. You got multitude of players that have played 14, 15 games, right? So they've missed a month of football. So it's hard to juggle a side. Plus with your VFL listed players, they've done, like I said, they've had to work extremely hard this year just to even make finals. Considering, like I said, they've had to work to hold their position in the 6, but they also had to work harder to make sure others didn't take their spot. So look, kudos to them. I think they got a good. I think last week's game against Vermont and the intensity that that they would have got from that game, I think will set them in good stead this afternoon.
Well, they've got to be on their game right from the outset. They can't afford to have a lack of intensity.
Yeah, can't give up the lead.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to be putting scoreboard pressure on and really let South Croydon know that they're in a contest and they're up for the fight.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's you just can't afford in this game. You can't get away earlier, and as we've seen so far in the final series, the intensity really has lifted a notch. Even in all the divisions that we've watched so far, it's there. And South Croydon and both these sides have played final football, so they know what they have to bring to the table this afternoon in terms of intensity and pressure to win the contest. So, look, we'll once again we'll revisit the East Ringwood Mitcham game after our first break, and cast our eye over what's been happening there. But this is EFL Game Day. You're watching Blackburn's South Croydon versus Blackburn, and it comes up to you live after these messages.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or
One minute. We're supposed to be getting the walk this way.
Bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. South Croydon Blackburn elimination final. Premier Division lockdown for discussion this afternoon, and joining us is the coach of South Croydon, Marcus Corzaglo. And Marcus, first of all, congratulations on being reappointed for 2023.
Thank you, Brush. Appreciate that.
It's been a very interesting year for South Croydon. All your home games away first, and then home with a big rush at Cheong with the last 7 or 8. But you've been able to build some magnificent momentum heading in today's game.
We have, yeah. Look, our last 6 weeks have been pleasing. Obviously, what's been talked about, the facilities, we've just sort of had to roll with it. So, still limited down there in regards to just sort of portables with nothing else. So, the boys are actually looking forward to having a shower after the game today for the first time in 6 to 8 weeks. So, that's exciting.
I can imagine having a look at the makeup of the squad this year. A lot of players have played that 16 to 18 round, so there's been lots of continuity. But also, too, there must be some unlucky players, right, that have contributed to get you where you are today that have missed out this afternoon. Yeah,
that's conversations we had to have Thursday night and have over the last couple of weeks. But it's a good situation to be in. It's probably, I don't think any coach enjoys it, but it's part of the job, and it's just about being honest with those guys, and they've fronted up and taken it well, and it's about giving them the right feedback and being honest and giving them the right reasons for not being able to get a game. But it's a good situation to be in. If we're going to be a good, strong side, they're the conversations and decisions that need to be made this time of year.
G'day.
Sorry. Finals are actually built on a lot of finals victories, Marcus, are built on defence, and one of yours is, especially in the second half of the season, improved week on week. For me this afternoon, that's going to be a key pillar for your backline to get on top early to set up the forwards.
Absolutely, yeah. I sort of found, I guess, when I took over the footy club from Macca, the defence was really sound, and so we sort of worked a lot on moving the footy and our ball movement. So I guess we sort of defensively, there's no doubt we leaked some goals earlier in the year, but I wasn't super concerned, to be honest. I thought that's something we could always get back. The fact that we're being able to score, so we sort of combined both now, and we're doing both really well. We've limited some teams in the back half of the year, and our defence has been strong.
G'day, Buzz. Great to chat again.
Spider.
You're very big on this stage, that's for sure. You're one of those, when you get to this ground, it brings back fond memories, no doubt. But when you talk to your playing group prior to going out, what are the key messages? You've played Blackburn a couple of times already this year. You had a really good win when you had to do it pretty hard in that Anzac Day game. You had to put a block of work together in that second half to really take the game away from them. And then in the return game at home, you just blew them off the park. Today, what are the key areas do you think are really going to stand out? Because there's going to be a Blackburn side, a young Blackburn side. They're going to be hunting you. They're really going to be determined and desperate to really put you off your game.
Yeah, they are. And then we sort of look at both. I think the previous Anzac Day clashes are more of a reflection on what we're going to see today. They're keen, they're desperate, but so are we. They knocked us out of a final series in 2019. We certainly mentioned that today. We think we're in a really good position to contend, but we've got to get the job done today. So they're keen, they're desperate, and nothing to lose. But we're super keen as well. So look, the message, I guess, has been about really making the most of the opportunity. I think for some guys, we've got some good finals experience out there, but some guys who haven't played finals, just sort of narrowing the focus and forgetting the external stuff. A few more people here and whatever else, and just really focusing on role. And we're really clear with our players in regards to what they need to do and we're confident if we do that and play to our potential, we'll get the job done.
A player that I'm really excited to watch this afternoon is Matt Jones returning to the side. This ground is set up perfectly for him, the wide open spaces, but also the way he executes the ball.
Yeah, look, it's been an interrupted year for him, no doubt. Look, his season was enormous, and he had an interrupted year, but sort of 3 or 4 weeks ago, we just sort of geared him up to be ready today. So possibly could have played last week. It's great to have him back. We're in a really good situation at the moment with, probably as strong as we've been throughout the year with injury and whatever else. But again, it doesn't count for much. We need to get the job done.
And Marcus, you mentioned about some of your experienced players, and then you've got some players who have come into the side who are pretty fresh and new. How important have they been just this week and the last few weeks to prepare some of these younger players coming up to a final series? Does that give them a bit of confidence for the younger players that they're running alongside guys who've been in a premiership and final series?
It's as good an introduction to senior footy as you can have when you're running around with guys like Dale Walker, Dano King, Matt Jones, Max King. I mean, some real experience there. So they just learn so much. 2 hours every Saturday. Guys like Tommy Sheridan, Tom Hardstaff, Sam Allen. These young kids who are learning a lot, and again, it's another step in their journey today. Their first senior final, and I think it's great we're playing it here at Bayswater because this is where the serious stuff happens. So I sort of come out and look last night, and got a bit edgy myself. So it's good to be back here, and they're going to gain a lot from that today. But again, they've just got to narrow their focus down to what they can control, and not get too caught up in the moment.
And just to touch on Max King, we've watched him a couple of times this season, and just when he's in the ruck, he just gives guys like Dano King and and Wilson and Williams and a lot of those players, Kilpatrick, first use of the ball and really sets the game up. But also he's such a great option up forward because of his height. Do you have a preference on where you like him the most, and himself? Does he rather play up forward, or does he enjoy being in the ruck?
Max is happy playing where we ask him to play. Look, he's been enormous in the ruck for us, and what he can do, I think, day like today, you'll see the way he covers the ground. So his ruck work's really good, but also the way he covers the ground. But he can push forward as well. Sam Allen in the side gives us that flexibility to push him forward and stretch Blackburn if we need to today, and we'll certainly do that at times. And we're lucky we sort of had Jim Wilson and Alex Birch being really good focal points for us down there as well. So look, in terms of a preference, if we had another ruckman, we'd probably play him forward a little bit more. But look, he's an outstanding year in the ruck.
Are you expecting any tags today from Blackburn? Like, do you think Brendan's got any tricks up your sleeve that you're sort of half waiting for? Like any cards that you might be keeping close to your chest, but as a coaching group you might be thinking, oh yeah, we're waiting for that one?
Look, first and foremost we focus on ourselves. I mean, I think they will put some time into a couple of our guys. But we'll do the same to them. And we look at guys like Lawler and a few others. They've got some really dangerous players as well. So we're certainly we're not expecting the game all on our terms. We've certainly put some strategies in place to counter their brand as well, because they're a quality side. They've played sort of 6 or 7 final series in a row. They're really well coached. They're a strong contested side, and they're dangerous today.
As we know, Marcus, football is a game of evolution, even at the local level. Have you had to ask some players or challenge some players this year and give them some new roles that add another string to their bow? A little bit, yeah. Look, and that's through need at times, especially sort of at the start of the year we were injured a lot. Like I probably played Dano King a little bit more forward at the start of the year, because I sort of thought our midfield depth with Jaden Cass and Jones and these sort of guys would be strong, so I just sort of wanted to change his role a little bit, but then you sort of lose Cass, you lose Jones at times throughout the year, so Dano comes back through the midfield. So yeah, we have adjusted various things throughout the year. I mean, Birch started back, has now gone forward for us, which I think is his best role, but with Walker out and a few guys out, we had to play him back. So yeah, we have adjusted some roles slightly, but I think this time of year it's really important to get continuity. You don't want to be changing too much for the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season. I think coming into a final series, really important that you're set, and I think we are, really set in roles, and players understand their roles. You don't want to be changing too much, and I think the game we had last week against Norwood was the game we needed to have leading in. So no, we're pretty set in regards to the way we want to play, and the players are clear. Finally, from me, Marcus, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention the performance this season of Braden Kilpatrick, averaging 31 possessions. He's played all 18 games, kicked 22 goals, and been in your best 11 times. That's a phenomenal season for a guy. He just seems to be getting week on week every time I watch him. Amazing, and probably hasn't missed a training session, hasn't missed a Thursday night meal, hasn't missed a club function. He is just an amazing asset to our footy club. He's been in that Box Hill system for 6 or 7 years, and his knowledge of the game's outstanding. So we chat on a regular basis. He's sort of certainly helped me a lot. Like as a coach, you've got to listen to guys like Kilpatrick and Jones. Is he a coach in the making? I think he is. Yeah, no doubt. His footy knowledge is outstanding. He lives and breathes the game. Yeah. He's just a super club person as well. It just gets around every player in the side. From number 1 on the list to number 50. He's willing to help, and he's a popular member of the side. So on field he's been outstanding, and just as good off field as well. Well, Marcus, once again, thank you very much for joining us on EFL Game Day. It's great to have finals footy back, and it's great to have South Croydon back in finals, and good luck to you this afternoon and your team, and hopefully once again we'll catch up throughout the finals. Yeah, that'd be nice. Thanks, guys. Good luck for your call. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The coach of South Croydon, Marcus Pizzaglo, another one of our coaches, Premier Division coaches, that when they come on air, they're always generous with their time. Fantastic. And they give us everything to enhance our broadcast and give you, the listener, some knowledge of who the players are. Good insight, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So, look, it's great that... that finals once again is back, and that all the key players are back in town, and we've got lovely weather. You just couldn't ask for anything more. Just a truly respected figure of the Eastern Football Netball League is Marcus Pizzaglo. I was actually going to say to Marcus, if he said he came here last night, I wanted to know whether he was reminiscing about 20 years ago, whether he brought his East Ringwood jumper down and walked the ground and had the 20 year, because it was 20 years ago since he played in the flag. So. I would say this to you, Spider. Marcus used to give me nightmares as a player, because when Vermont were playing East Ringwood, he was he was the talisman.
He's almost first pick from any other club. You always, if you're picking an interleague team, he was one of those guys you just go first pick.
He lived and breathed East Ringwood, but the thing is, we're so lucky, right, that he's still in our competition. You know, he's not coaching in another division. He's here imparting his knowledge, and it's staying in the EFNL, just like all the other coaches that have once again been recommitted to coming on last year. I love seeing stability, especially in our top grade, because I reckon it's a really good sign that the coaches are happy with the way that the game is progressing and that the way that the league is progressing. So that's kudos to us. Quick score here, 3/4 time here, and Park Orchards have opened up a handy 4-goal lead. It's Park Orchards 7-8-50, leading Berwick 3-8-26 in the reserve grade elimination final. Gentlemen, we've got a few more minutes before we have our next break. We will now start to have a look at the big game today at Tormore. Right, and there shouldn't be. I'd be disappointed if I was driving 3 k's down the road and there was a wind howling and it was going everywhere, because we're only 2 kilometres away from here. But I can guarantee you, I've done that trip, and it's amazing how things change in such a span of time. Ryan, we've got. I was listening to the podcast yesterday, and a lot of the people and the scribes were making some very, very valid points about East Ringwood. And one of those points that I want to talk about was that pivotal game against Mooroolbark in round 14, I believe.
I touched on that, yes.
Yeah, you touched on it. When I've looked at, take the Upper Gully game, like you said, take that out, because they did exactly what you need to do to a side like Upper Gully. Yep. And the fact is that they come away with a big win. That's fine. But the thing is, they've mentally, I reckon they've gone up. I reckon mentally East Ringwood have gone up a notch, where I think some of the other sides, whereas I think Mooroolbark has played out a little bit, Matt. What do you think?
I think, as we discussed yesterday, I think the addition to Loutzen into the team coming, he's been such an experienced player. He's played VFL at Coburg this year. He's played in the SEN App, and he just offers so much to that team now. And I just think that the bigger bodies that East Ringwood possess over all the other teams is going to be the key and main attribute, which I think is going to be the dominant thing that'll get them over the line at the end of the season. And ultimately, we'll probably see them get the success, because in that game against Mooroolbark, in that season in that game we're talking about, Mundy played fantastic in the ruck. He was brilliant. He basically took the game away from Mooroolbark. Munkhurst, who was the dominant ruckman for the majority of the season, probably put in his worst performance of the year in that match, but they lost their focus from that game on. There was incidents in that game. They were basically, in a sense, East Ringwood got under their skin. Everything they did that day, they tackled them hard, they made them hurt, they also got in their face, and they really put the fear into Mooroolbark. And I think Mooroolbark didn't really expect that from East Ringwood. I think that they were really surprised by the intensity and the pressure that East Ringwood came with on that day, and I think that's really that stunned them, that loss. And I think that really played a big part in what's transpired in the last month or so, because the form line has really dropped off. Yes, they've had a couple of injuries. Aaron Mullet is carrying an injury, from what we understand. So that they looked a little bit banged up. Last week they just felt like well, maybe Mitchum, just seized the moment as well. When the opportunity came, you're kicking with the wind, you take your moment, and then when you're kicking against it and you bring it home, you defend, and then when you get the opportunity to kick a goal, you do. And I think that's the same thing that happened on Sunday in the Montrose and Montana South game. Gary Ayres coached that game almost the perfect game. He was a genius the way he coached that match because of his experience. Because Montana South, they had opportunities to win that game, plenty. But the way that was coached, and went on turnover, they just defended that side of the ground, and they just kicked the goal, seized the moment, took the game away. And in this case, Mitchum did it. So East Ringwood, they are the team that you've got to get past. And they're standing at the gate going, if you want it, you're going to have to beat them. And I don't think that anyone can at this point in time, just because of the stronger bodies over the ball. The midfield is such a good one. Defensively, they're very powerful. And then when they you go forward, they put so much pressure on whether the ball's coming in or whether the ball's going out. They make you earn it. So, and then when they score heavily.
And Brash, you look on East Ringwood's lineup, every single line, there's a star there. You can look at Bilo in the back, full back, you've got Farmer in the middle, Farmer up forward, Coughlin, Mundy in the ruck, the other Bilo, Waitman, they genuinely are they're stacked, and they're going to be a real hard side to beat.
Yeah, you're right. And you almost think, right, that when you look at that side on paper, they are a Premier Division side.
Yeah. They'd be fine in Brentwood, wouldn't they?
That's what I'm saying. They're a Premier Division side waiting in the waiting.
Well, they would be very competitive against North Ringwood, Doncaster, Berwick. So there's 3 or 4 sides that they could be, they could pretty much walk straight past, and even they could take it up to even sides like Park Orchards and Nord, who were very disappointing this year.
All right, gents, we're going to take our next break, and we'll come back and further discuss that game. You're on EFL Game Day. It's South Croydon versus Blackburn.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back, EFL Game Day. It's South Croydon versus Blackburn. It's elimination file. It's Bayswater Oval. It's Premier Division. It's everything that you want it to be in August, and it's a fantastic ground. Finals lists are in for the all-important clash this afternoon. We'll just quickly run through them. Out for South Croydon this afternoon, Callum McEwen, 24, Ben Willis, 36, and Jordan Pollard, 45. And for Blackburn, James Hanley will be missing out, unfortunately, James Pell, and also Nathaniel Barnes. So the 22 players have now been listed, and we're all looking forward with at 2:20 for the first bout to kick off the EFNL Premier Final Series. Let's get back to Division 1, gentlemen, and in the break, I said to you both that, in my opinion, out of all the sides that are participating in finals this weekend, Mitcham have got the biggest free hit, Ryan.
Yeah. I love this side, and we saw them in 2019. I was there for a couple of their final series. They just play with a lot of belief, and they're a bit of a younger side. You can look at guys like Jackson Hallow and Jesse Smythe. They're really dangerous, and they step up for finals, and they were very good last week. And then you've got the big figures in Lovell and Parenti. And I think Lovell can play a bit in the ruck, but when they're up forward, Parenti is just going to love this ground at Taunton because he has so much space to lead to up forward. And you're right, against East Ringwood, who are the red-hot favourites now after Mooroolbark have had a bit of a form slump. They've got nothing to lose because, well, first of all, they play next week either way. So they play next week if they lose. So it's not an elimination final now. They do have a bit of comfort. They can test things out. They can really test themselves out against the best side in the division, give them a good chance and see where they are compared to them. And then if they do lose, they've still got that backup next week to make the grand final.
Spider, we were also talking about the fact that we both would like to see big Will Gordon in the side. That would really enhance their chances this afternoon, Mitcham, but I still believe he's not playing.
No.
Yeah, understanding is he's not playing, but yeah, he would definitely give them a much better chance of winning if he was out there, and just give them something else to go with, a bit more flexibility around the ground. And look, I think the one thing with Mitcham is, no matter what, they'll give you 120%, no matter what. Neil Winterson has done a superb job since taking over as coach. He'll give his team every opportunity to win the game today, and he'll try and take it as deep as he can. He'll give the players the direction that they need. And look, in the end, it might just be a couple of goals where, similar to the last time the two teams played, where it was a very tight game, and in the end, East Ringwood just pulled away late in the game and got home by 15 points. But in saying that, I do believe there is a little bit of a difference in the sides, and I just think on the bigger ground, East Ringwood will probably be able to stretch that margin a little bit further than that, but and advance to the grand final. But in saying that too, I do believe Mitcham will give themselves a real good chance if they take their chances early. The old Charlie Sutton saying, shop early, avoid the rush.
Well, yeah, and they played sort of a different sort of game against both Mooroolbark and East Ringwood during the season. They've kept them to pretty low scores, not able to get the job done during the home away season, but they've been close, and they've been a lot closer than a lot of other sides. But how good would this be for a grand final? Two of the former powerhouses in the EFL. I know my dad played for Mitcham, and he was very, always talked about them and Vermont and East Ringwood, East Burwood, sort of as the big boys in the league. One of them to get back into Premier Division would be huge just for the league, Brush.
Oh, it would be, and I think the other thing is too, Neil Winton's another one of those coaches that's been played at Bayswater. He's another one that's been through the system and still part of the FNL. And he's now coaching, and I'm not even sure if he's still playing again. It'd be remiss of me if I didn't. The one thing that I want Mitcham to do today, the only thing that I want them to do today, is for them to play their game.
Yep.
Don't get caught up with the East Ringwood hype. If East Ringwood's game is too good for you on the day, just take it as it comes. But don't try and play an East Ringwood game if you haven't got the cattle to do that, Spider.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, talent always, in the talented side, always beat those sort of sides, won't they? And you just got to look. If they're not a side that has that skillful nature about it, but they'll win in their own way because they'll get the ball, they'll get their luck, they'll move the ball as quick as they can, they'll get their forward entries, and Lovell and Parenti will do the business for them if the opportunity arises. So, look, for them, yeah, it's a free hit, as we've said. So, let's hope it's a really close game.
All right, 8 minutes into the last quarter here in the reserves elimination final, and it sees Park Orchard 7-10-52 leading Berwick 3-9-27, 8 minutes gone. Let's talk about another game that raised my interest yesterday from the weekend forecast, and it's the second semi-final in Division 2 between South Belgrave and Ringwood. And I reckon that is going to be a mouth-watering contest this afternoon too. Both sides, Ringwood coming off a big win last week, but it took them 3 quarters, to put East Burwood away. And unfortunately, I felt sorry for East Burwood because they did try so hard, and probably the final score didn't probably reflect, how dominant Ringwood were.
Well, it was the inability, Brush.
Yeah.
They got overwhelmed, East Burwood, with ball in hand, and they didn't put the score on the board with the win.
Yeah.
So 2 goals, 5 in the first quarter, and then they kicked 7 points in the third quarter. Then when they're kicking against the win, you kick 1 goal, 3 in the second too. When you look on the other side of it, Ringwood, they took their chances. They kicked 3 goals against the breeze, and then when they had the breeze, they utilised it because they lifted their vision. They used the ball intelligently. They were well coached, and they didn't bomb the ball. East Burwood bombed the ball into the forwards so many times, they didn't give their forwards a chance. So it was easy for the Ringwood players to defend that ball and then transition the ball back further down the ground. From the Ringwood perspective, that just fell into their hands. The game was played on their terms. We talked about inside versus outside, and it played out exactly like that. But in the end, they actually won the outside part of the game as well.
Well, the thing about, for me, Ringwood, their experienced players stepped up, and that's a real key for them. And you can look at guys like Wadley, who's been playing at Vermont, Collier, Mitch Jackson, and especially I thought Breton was just fantastic, and he's a hard one to match up on because he's not a tall. I think I was taller than him when I was out there interviewing after the game. So he's not massive, but he's got really good hands. He's a great contested mark, and he's got speed. So they had a couple players on him. I think Jenkins was probably on him for majority of the day, and he was just able to just get away from him and lead up and hit those marks, and then kick the goals that put him, in a tight game for 2 and a bit quarters, put him into a bit of a position to take a lead, Brush.
And then Latchfield as well was really good as well.
Yeah, the thing is, I think the one thing that has stuck out for me all year for Ringwood is their defence. They are one of the most organised defences I've seen. There are no frills. They know exactly where each other are, and they run to all the right positions. But they're not afraid. They're not afraid, to go 2-on-1 to protect the ball carrier. Their defence is underrated, and I understand. Right, they're coming up against a forward line, a talented, stacked forward line this afternoon. But I wouldn't be selling them too short either.
No.
Because the thing is that Mitcham is one of those grounds that, for as talented forward line as South Belgrave have got, somewhere along the line they're going to have to move. I think Tim Smith will have to play up the ground a bit more.
I think he'll play in the middle today. I think
he has to.
But I think he might spend periods of time in the forward, maybe just resting at different times. Gardner goes into the ruck. Mitch, he'll do what he's got to do, and they'll rotate that around and get around that scenario. But I think the one thing about South Belgrave, they probably just bat a fraction deeper across every position on the ground, which is probably to their advantage. And if they use the ball with high quality like they normally do, they're certainly going to put a lot more pressure on Ringwood. Ringwood, look, they're that inside. If they play with that inside dare and and give a little bit on the outside as well, they'll certainly take it up to them like they have a couple of times already this season.
And I don't think Tim Smith has to have an absolutely massive game, because we saw at East Burwood probably didn't have a huge impact for the first half or so, but then kicked 2 important goals in that last quarter. So he's very clutch, and even the game against Bronia in a tight one was the one he hit the winner in the end, and he's that sort of player that even if he is having a bit of a quiet one, he can have an impact in 5 minutes with just a few key touches.
I think the pivotal clash this afternoon, it's almost like it's David and Goliath type stuff. It's almost gladiatorial, as our man Bruce Prest was saying before. Is Mitch Garner and Jet Lapford. We've got one of the most experienced ruckmen in the competition, probably taking on one of the most...
Jet's been great, hasn't he?
One of the most raw-boned...
Debut that...
Yeah, so the thing is, I reckon if Latchford could even break even, just break even, gives Ringwood, it gives them a chance in the midfield, because they've got the forwards like of Jackson and Brereton to kick goals, and you know that Stephen Brown didn't have a good day last week, but he's capable of kicking goals. So if Latchford and Jordanoff, I could see him actually maybe playing a little bit more in the ruck today to give young Latchford a chop out.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be really important. I think the game is. I think the game is going to be a lot closer than what people are saying. I think the Oracle yesterday came up with a 14-point margin between the two sides.
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair, but I sort of agree with Spider in the way, and I'm trying to weigh up what he's saying is that they've got a little bit more talent across each line, and that for me is worth another 2 or 3 goals. So I would think in the overall shape of things, I think South Belgrave will win today. They'll probably win by about 5 goals.
Yeah, that's the margin I'm sort of thinking.
Yeah, I think they'll move into the grand final, with a 5-goal victory. But put it this way, I'm not going to be terribly surprised at 4:45 if Ringwood have got up by 14 points.
And it's only going to take a 10-minute period in the game as South Belgrave go off their game. And Luke Elliott's told us during the year they have had times where they just deviate from what they normally do well. And if they step away from that principle, well, they leave themselves vulnerable to Ringwood, who will seize that moment. If that gate's left open, Ringwood will certainly take that opportunity and charge through, because they've shown us that they can do it if they put that 4-quarter performance together.
15 minutes into the last quarter here in the reserves elimination final, and it looks like that Park Orchards are going to move through to the first semi next week. They lead 8-10-58 over Berwick 3-10-28, so a 30-point lead with probably 7 or 8 minutes to go. Gentlemen, we haven't got that long to go before we assemble the call team this afternoon for what's going to be a fantastic clash. We've got preliminary finals in other grades happening. We may talk about that after the break, but look, we've done a fantastic pre-match here this afternoon. We've had a chance to talk about the top 2 grades and the games happening. We've spoken to all the coaches. We've all had a chance to put our thoughts together and analyse the games, and it's been a real pleasure with you both this afternoon, and I look forward to working again with you again after the break.
Yeah, good footy check, guys. It's all set now for a big afternoon of footy, and we'll see what unfolds here this afternoon at Bayswater.
Yeah, and we've also got finals actions in Premier Grade in the women's. It's all happening this afternoon.
Huge day.
Absolute massive day.
Plenty of women's grand finals going on.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, that's it for pre-match. Join us after the break for the big game day clash, South Croydon versus Blackburn here at Bayswater Oval.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Well, a very good afternoon to a gorgeous-looking Bayswater Reserve. It's an absolute picture out here this afternoon, both the ground and the weather conditions. Absolutely spectacular, and it is elimination final footy in the Premier Division. The winner continues, the loser goes home. My name is Brett Best, and I'll be calling the game for you this afternoon alongside Ryan Long and the rest of the team. Gentlemen, let's introduce the rest of the call team. Beside me, Ryan Long. Ryan, looking forward to this one. It's going to be a cracker, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, Besto. Massive game, Premier Division Finals footy for the first time in 3 years. It's fantastic. The ground is in good nick. The conditions are perfect. You couldn't have asked for a better day, could you? It is beautiful out there, and it's two really interesting sides. Blackburn at the start of the year, probably you wouldn't have maybe expected them to be here come finals time with a bit of their form, but they've turned it around, really improved. And South Croydon are in red hot favourites today. The red hot form. They're a challenger. If they get through today, you wouldn't want to play them next week. That's all I'll say with that.
Definitely. The boys in special comments today. Scotty, can you mount a case for Blackburn today?
Yeah, g'day guys. Thanks for having us today. What a ripping contest it's going to be. I'm glad we've got the sound effects mics in full swing because the crowd is just pouring in. You look over this right side of
all the red shirts, all the red jackets.
It's going to be a great turnout. So very much looking forward to it. Look, it's going to be a very hard contest for Blackburn. They've got everything up against them, but hey, they're in finals and anything can happen on finals day.
Alongside him, of course, the man who needs no introduction, but we'll give him one anyway, the doyen of special comments in the Eastern Football Netball League, Wayne Brasher. Brash, how are you?
G'day, Besto. Yeah, thank you for those kind words. Yeah, I agree with what everyone's saying. Really important. For me, the opening 15 minutes is really important for Blackburn. They just don't want to let South Croydon get off the leash early, otherwise they could be in for a long afternoon.
Down on the boundary, I'm not quite sure if he's ready for us. Blake, are you down there? No, not at the moment. So I'll come to Blake in a moment. Paul Carney's on stats this afternoon. Paul, looking forward to this one?
Definitely. It should be a good game between these two sides. South Croydon are in red-hot form, as you mentioned. But, I mean, it is finals, so anything can happen. And I reckon it'll be a close game today, actually.
So which way? What's your tip, Paul? Which way are you going?
I am going to stick with South Croydon.
By how much?
By about under 2 goals.
Under 2 goals. Scotty, which way are you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm going South Croydon. I've always sort of backed them sort of through this finals. I think they're a very good chance to end up on the final dance. I really like the way they've been playing, especially these last sort of 6 or so weeks. I'm going South Croydon. I'm going by probably about 25 points, I would say.
25 points. Brash, how do you see it?
Yeah, look, I just think at the end of the day, I look at the goal kickers and they seem to have a plethora of goal kickers, South Croydon. I think Blackburn will be in it for a long way, but I expect a class of South Croydon to run away with it in the last quarter. I think they'll get victory by about 40 points, Brett.
My co-commentator today, Ryan, which way do you see it, mate?
Yeah, I'm with Brash here. I just think the talent with South Croydon have, they're a really attacking forward line. Their midfield strong, especially if King's in the ruck, giving Dano King and some of the others like Kilpatrick first use of the ball. I just think they're going to be too strong. So I'm on the same sort of wavelength, thinking they'll get up by 7 or 8 goals just because they can score so easily, Brett.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in agreement with you. I mean, if you look at the goal kickers around, I just don't know where Blackburn's goals are going to come from today. They're without Ryan Baffy, who's their leading goal kicker of the season. He's only kicked 23. So
he's not playing.
That's what I was going to say. So he's not playing. So their leading goal kicker's not playing. The next best on their list is 14 for Paddy Lawler. So
he'll play mainly midfield.
Yeah,
you think, so.
I just don't see where the goals are going to come from. Maxi King for South Croydon, meanwhile, has kicked 23. And James Wilson, what a colossal season he's had. I mean, he just kicks, he's got 63 goals, would you believe?
Incredible. And that's the sort of forward line they have. And a lot of experience. You can look at Robbie Mallison and some of these other players, Brash, who've played in a lot of final series. Matt Jones is one of them.
Yeah, I was just going to say Matt Jones. Dan Cooper.
Cooper, they've got that, a lot of talent. The two Kings are going to be really crucial for them. So we talked to both coaches in the pre-game, and Brendan Allen for Blackburn said that they've got quite a few younger players. I think 12 or 13 of them haven't had a shot at finals, even though the side has been in the final series for the last probably 4 or 5 years before the COVID break, which makes it interesting. But they do have it, you can look at that midfield and guys like Nick Gray and Paddy Lawler, who's had a fantastic season. They're the ones who are going to have to really step up for them, show a bit of leadership and get the side going. Before we continue on this game, I just have a couple of quick updates. As you know, the women's grand finals happening out at H.E. Parker Reserve and out at Quamby Reserve today. 2 of the results already decided. In Division 3 grand final, East Burwood got the job done over Croydon North, so East Burwood will go away premiers for that. And down in Div 4, Thriller Vermont were able to get over the line against the Eastern Devils by just 1 kick.
Oh, sheesh.
So we will keep you updated across the afternoon about those games, as I believe we're going to Blake Tennant out on the boundary in the middle of the ground.
G'day guys, perfect conditions for footy. Spring has definitely come in, that's for sure. As we touched on, 2 great sides coming into today's game, 3v6, so it's going to be really interesting. I'll give you my tip if you want, boys.
We want to hear it.
I reckon today the ground here is really nice. Like, the conditioning is really nice.
Did you get out into the centre square by any chance, Blake?
Yeah, it's really hard. It's a bit hard, obviously, because they've got cricket pitches and all that in it as well. But there's really not that much wind. I think the wind is really going. If the camera's on here, it's on my. It's going to go on my left to where I am right now on the left of the screen. This is where the wind's going to go. So it's going to be interesting. But my tip, I'm going to go. I reckon South Croydon. I think with the experience they have, they've been driven it all year. I think they've really they're my dark horse other than Noble Park, and were able to win it. So I'm going South Croydon. I reckon by 23 points. And I reckon if you want to make the day yours, I reckon. You're looking at the James Wilsons, your Max Kings, and all that. So I think South Croydon for me, but I wouldn't mind to see if Blackburn can actually touch it up to them as well. So it'll be really interesting. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll keep you updates on the matchups as well. So
thanks, Blakey. Good job down there. He's flying solo today, but I'm sure he'll do a fantastic job. Yeah, look at
he loves it down on the ground, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. And notice how he sort of when he does his report, he goes right out in the middle of the ground. Look at me, look at me.
Well, he travelled a lot of distance just to come to the. That's for sure.
Look, it is hard to mount a case for Blackburn. They didn't make the grand final. Let's not forget. What year was that, Brash? 2017? 18. Must have been the year before COVID, I think it was.
Yeah.
So, they've been there or thereabouts, but let's not forget that was 4 years ago. And as we've said, there's...
That being said, Bester, I think Blackburn's trajectory was on the up, and I think as the other boys alluded to during pre-match, it got stunted a bit because of COVID. They lost their momentum like a lot of clubs, but it was important for Blackburn, I thought, because they were just ready to take the division by the scruff of the neck, and unfortunately COVID robbed them of whatever momentum they'd already worked up for it.
Yeah, probably say that about a few clubs. It sort of nipped a few things in the bud. Brendan Allen, though, still the coach at Blackburn. He's been there for a while, and he's a shrewd operator, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, Brash, and we listened to him today. He's very honest. A good insight in how the club's going and sort of their season and their form. You know, it certainly improved since the start of the season, Brash.
It certainly has, and like I said as well, I mean, both these sides have had different run-ins to the finals this year. South Croydon have had a magnificent run home, playing their last 6 or 7 games at Cheong, so they've been able to build exponentially, you know, on players getting into form and coming to a ground like this. They'll be feeling really happy about themselves, whereas Blackburn, they've had to toil hard for such a long time this year. Not only trying to get up the ladder, but trying to defend that 6th spot in the last 6 weeks.
It's tough, isn't it? And you wonder if they might have spent all their petrol tickets, but
they made it. But the thing is, they can honestly turn around and say they've gone through that much, and they've still made it to an elimination final. And the one thing that will set them in good stead is the fact that they had a really good hit out last week against a proven finals competitor, right? And I think that will keep them in this game for a lot of the afternoon.
And Scotty, on a South Croydon perspective, they had a similar thing last week. Before that Nord game, they were winning, I think, a lot of their matches by quite big margins. They played Blackburn not much longer ago before that and won by a good 10 goals or something.
Round 14, 130 to our 44, so that was the last time they met.
Even more than 10 goals. It was massive, but they would challenge against Norwood, and half time it looked like Norwood would actually maybe even be able to pinch it. But that's a good, I think that's a good, you want a couple of those closer games where you have to work for it, coming into a final series where you're going to have to you're going to have to earn everything.
Yeah, I think I spoke about it last week, just that back up against the wall sort of mentality. And as long as you've sort of got that in your core group to sort of find that fight to get the win, then it puts you in really good stead for finals, because that's when obviously the pressure steps up. Everything's, out the window, and obviously, especially today for an elimination final, this is it. So when the chips are down, if they are for South Croydon, then they need to find a way to get back on top.
Definitely. Just as you speak, Scotty, the two sides coming out onto the ground, and of course South Croydon and Blackburn, the combatants for the big game today.
Besto, just quickly, Barthy.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was about to say. Barthy is out there, so despite a couple of our despite our team list, he is out there. So that is key, because we did think without him there, their forward line would probably struggle. But he's a focal point, Scotty, isn't he? He can kick, your 3 or 4. He's been important in their wins. You can have a look. He's been, their leading goal scorer in those games.
I was going to say, because how do they find a way without him? His leading goal scorer, I think we were talking off air, he's kicked about, Besto, you might know the numbers, was it sort of 39 goals, 38 goals for the season?
Only 23, surprisingly.
Sorry. 39's his number.
Doesn't seem like a lot. But
no, but still, he's definitely a mark for them and stuff. So to have him out there, like I said, he was named, so I was surprised to see him not on the team sheet. But at least it gives them that option and it keeps it competitive.
The one thing I'm happy about is the fact that the 2 combatants that we've got out there this afternoon have played in Premier Division finals. So it's so it's not going to be foreign to them. They know that the pressure and the intensity is going to go up, and both sides will be able to cope with that. It's just going to come down to who's got the best game plan on the day, because both Marcus Pizzaglo and Brendan Allen, right? They're 2 very good coaches, and they want to win that in the coach's box as well.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Brash. I mean, admittedly, it's a little while back, so you sort of wonder, there'll be a few of these guys that won't have been there, but it was 2017 when South Croydon won the flag, and that, I'm sorry to bring this up, but they beat a red hot favourite in Vermont that day.
Oh, yeah.
And they were absolutely fantastic, and of course Blackburn, as you say, also making a grand final the year later, so they both had a taste, and there's a few of those blokes still hanging around. I mean, you look at the South Croydon side, you've got the King boys. I can't remember who else was there. Cooper probably played in that granny.
Jones was there, I think.
Jones was there, yeah. So there's a few others as well. probably Alex Birch as well. So they've got a bit of experience from...
Really, the only other player that's not there anymore is Zippy King.
Yes.
He's the only one that really in that squad.
Yeah,
they have managed South Croydon very well, right, to manage this squad over so many years. And like you said, they haven't had too many changes to the list, but they've also had some young blokes that have come up, and it's not like they've made them earn their spot too.
And I think it's the third or fourth final series in a row that both sides have actually played each other, and that's thanks to the Stats Bench by Noel up on the EFL website if you want to have a look at that. So they've had some interesting finals back in 2018. That prelim, I think South Croydon only got over the line by less than a goal, and I know a lot of these players, especially in the Blackburn side, aren't out there now, but it's a good rivalry, and that's what we love, Scotty. We love a couple sides who've had a lot of finals history. It's big, isn't it?
Yeah, and from that stat, it is the fourth time.
It is the fourth.
And in another omen for it, 6 players in the Blackburn team walked off Bayswater Oval with a premiership last time they played here.
Good stuff, Scotty. I'm just going to cut you off. Sorry, mate. We've got to go to a break, our last break before we come back, and we'll bring you all the action on this big match this afternoon, the elimination final out here at Bayswater Reserve. Back shortly.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the Bayswater Reserve, and welcome to everybody who's either listening or watching this afternoon. Got to say a big warm welcome to our listeners on Radio Eastern 98.1 who have joined us on the commentary, and of course you'll be watching live too on the SEN app, listening on the SEN app and watching across Facebook and YouTube. And I'll tell you what, boys, it's just a different feeling, isn't it? Bayswater Oval, finals, the big finals venue, and it just elimination final. It's just I don't know, I just feel a bit sort of It's a bit tense today.
Brash, long time coming, isn't it?
It is, and I was just saying, Brett, when I was walking in there, just walking through the hallowed gates.
So umpire holds the ball aloft, and here's Ryan Long to get us underway.
Here we go, Premier Elimination Final. Up in the market, it's King versus Harry, as Blackburn try to get the ball going forward. Now here's a chance to Cox for South Croydon. They link up onto the broadcast side as they go forward, looking for that forward 50 entry. But the ball will be tapped over the line there by Sartaz for Blackburn. We'll get a boundary throw in. Perfect conditions here on this Saturday afternoon. First elimination final. Winner stays alive, eliminate is out.
One guy they love having back in this lineup is Dale Walker, number 7. Keep an eye on him.
Certainly will, as the South Croydon player there tackled and holding the ball. That was Matthew Jones, a bit of experience in him. He caught for holding the ball. So Blackburn, as we go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got a key matchup here for Wilson. I think you guys touched it up on the pre-show. It's actually number 33, Sam McCleary. I think that's the name, can't pronounce it.
Yep,
but he's on the duties for James Wilson.
So here we go, Blackburn with the current ball. Jackson Reed, chip across to his teammate Patterson. And they're just slowly making their way down the ground. Here on the wing, on the broadcast side, goes up the line. Mark almost there, taken by Williams. Ball hits the ground. Blackburn have got some numbers around the ball. Kicking it forward is Oglethorpe. And South Croydon should respond, but the kick's not going to go too far. Here's the captain, Lawler. He thought got his handball away, but it was caught for holding the ball. Brash saw it there, and that was King who tackled him. Max King, big afternoon expected for him as a short kick backwards. Finds his teammate there in Matthew Jones. We talked about the experience in a couple of those plays. He's going to go back, or he's almost caught there by Bathy. Just got his handball off to Mallison. Mallison switches it to the far side. Mark not taken. Punch there away from Hart. That was good. They've got some players here open. Here's Hart again up towards the forward line. Oglethorpe falls into the hands of the Blackburn in Bathy and puts it through for the first of the afternoon. And that's a good start for the Burners. 1 straight 6. South Croydon yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Scotty.
Samuel Hart's goal, that one. That's a great attack of the footy, of the tackle, and to lead to that goal.
Yeah, that was well done there. That was well done because they look like they just lair-eyes a little bit off that half-back line there, South Croydon. They want to get that out of their game very quickly.
Yeah, and they had Max King out here on the smaller opponent. They probably should have stuck with him to sort of just have that out-marking sort of presence. But yeah, they've tried the switch and it hasn't worked.
So the umpire throws it up they fly, and so sort of a bit of a little draw as the ball comes back to Reed. Sock it off the grounds, taken there over there by Mallison. Lost it, had it, lost it. Now the ball goes forward. Blackburn have made a good start to this game. Great mark going back there was Burt. Back with the flight, takes it, and South Croydon is looking to slow it down. Now they go out wide, kick out towards the wing, and there's a bit on that, but nicely marked over there by Jones. Quick handball down the line. This is good from South Croydon, really the first time they've been able to really go forward with any authority. Mark taken over there by, I think it's Williams on the far side.
Great lead-up mark there. And
I reckon it might be Wilson.
Wilson, is it? No, it's not.
It's not Mallison, is it?
Not sure. No, it is Wilson.
Right.
Sorry, my bad. It is Wilson. Well called, Brash. Actually, Blake was.
He's always right.
He's got him. He's on early.
He is indeed. So here's Wilson. He's kicked 63 goals. He's streets ahead of anyone else in this division. He's got it on target, I reckon.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful kick. And that's why he's got 63 goals. In fact, he's got 64 now because that's his first of the day. And James Wilson levels things up. Blake, while you're down there, can you find out who's possibly not playing? Because obviously with Bathy being out, there's someone on the team sheet.
Oh, no, I think we're actually right. I think we had the one short, so I think that is our 22.
Okay, all right. We can't count.
Exactly what you want to do is win the centre clearance and respond very quickly. That was really good ball movement there from South Croydon.
Certainly was, and that's been a trademark thing for them, especially in this last 6 or 7 games. As we know, they've played all home games in the last 7 games out at Cheon Park. There's ball back in the middle. King and Harry, massive task to Harry as he gets a tap out, but South Croydon should respond here through Walker, goes forward, mark not taken, but should be able to pick it up. Kilpatrick towards goal, too far to the right, just a minor score. 1-1-7 to 1 straight 6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4.5 minutes gone.
Cannot afford to give him even 2 metres, Kilpatrick. He will burn you.
Oh, he does. Look at the speed that he just got there in a bit of a space. As Blackburn will take the kick out. The first minor score of the afternoon. Bayswater Oval. So good to be back out here for finals football as Blackburn look to clear it out. Birch got the hit out there. Punched away as we get a few handballs, a chain of handballs. King's open here in the midfield if he can get it. Takes the mark. And he'll look to go inbound. Got players open. The kick's not a good one, but it'll fall into the hands of Cox. And he puts it towards goal. It's going to be too far right, just for a minus score again. 1-2-8 to 1-6.
The last two shots, they've sort of had a decent bomb when they probably could have lowered their eyes just for a lead up target, but happy to put the pressure on the scoreboard.
Cox had another 10 metres, but there was no talk.
So Blackburn to bring the ball, and they started well, but South Croydon have got on top in the last few minutes. Out towards Bath, he takes a good mark, used the body well there, and just takes a great mark using all that experience from his days in the Geelong system. Not such a good kick though, went through the hands of Crowell on the grounds. Bit of a gymnastics move there as the ball goes loose. Layla was tackled. Umpire says holding the ball, does he?
Yeah, he dropped the ball.
Does. He did. I thought he did. So free kick to South Croydon, and they'll go forward again. Mark to Williams. Williams just looking around for someone. He just basically goes sideways. Not a lot gained, but Klepp with the mark. Sorry, it's at his Klepp, yes. So Klepp. Oh, that's a dodgy kick. It's going to go on the ground, and that'll be wrapped up well and truly, and we'll have a ball up.
Very low percentage kick there by Paddy Klepp.
And Jordan Williams, full of chatter out there. He's really directing mids and sort of backs as well. So really leading from the front.
So up it goes. Just knocked out of the ruck, falls into the hands of O'Neill, who gets it forward inside 50. But to do a bit of defending to do. Nice little handball out there, finds Faulkner. They'll get out of this for the moment, but they've lost it. Jones wrapped up well and truly, and the umpire says we'll have a free kick. Holding the ball. Okay, fair enough. So free kick, and Blackburn can come out of trouble.
He had the free arm there. He could have tried to kick. He was probably going to be dropping the ball either way.
So the short kick to Reed's a good one. Hits him up on the broadcast side again. Just a bit of slow movement. They go down the line to a pack of players. Harry's there. He's got King to beat. King just strong hands and strong body. And almost giving away at 25. Got to be careful. Bathy was there as the short kick backwards from King, and he's feeling like he's copped one there, but he'll get it again. So he gets a bit of space. Don't know why he's got that much space here. Such an important player. Goes down the line. Got to be a good hit, and it is.
Now that's got to be 25.
Yeah.
And it is. Yep, you're right. Spot on. Brash's hard staff. Probably will be in range for a goal here.
You can see what the umpires were trying to do there. They were giving the players a chance early on, but then that one, they just went a little bit harder and pushed the envelope. Paid the penalty.
Hard stuff. Looks for a target in Wilson. Blackburn have got all the numbers around there. Mark paid. Yes, it is. It was a strong mark, strong hands from Harry. Got a big afternoon ahead of him. Passes it off, and they'll go towards the other side. Punching it away there was Marshall for the Dogs as it goes out of bounds. We'll get a boundary throw in. 7.5 minutes gone as we go to Paul Uconi for the first time in the Sat Centre.
Well, thanks, Ryan. South Croydon have started off this game well. They're on top of the inside 50s 5-1, and in the clearances 3-1, and they're making Blackburn fumbled it. Blackburn have already turned it over 3 times to zip.
Thank you, Paul. Yep, bit of pressure coming on. This is a final after all as the ball goes forward. Tullen Boris couldn't quite take it. Ball on the ground, nicely picked up by Marshall. Got a handball out too. Quick hands from Williams. Out it goes to Cooper. Cooper goes down the line. They look a bit more. Oh, it's been punched away though by Blackburn, so they've got a chance to come back. And in fact, they've got a great tackle over there. Couldn't see who that was, and they've got a free kick for holding the ball. So just playing with a bit more urgency in the hands of Cooper. And Cooper goes short. So 8-6, 1 goal, 2 plays, 1 goal in the early stages of this one. The elimination final, the winner goes through, the loser goes home, which won't be far for either side because we're at Bayswater. As the ball goes into the contest, wrapped away by Blackburn, they bring it out now through Oglethorpe. Little kick inside, it's not a particularly good one, but it might work out. It's going to fall nicely here for Reed. Reed didn't have the confidence, gets a little kick, a little ball away. They kick up towards Crowell. Crowell gets his hands on it. Managed to get a handball away as he was taking on the tackle. Now it's Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick goes forward. Can they get a mark underneath it? And taking the mark. Beautiful grab. And it's Hardstaff over there. That was a good mark because he was under a fair bit of pressure. He had a couple of Blackburn players sweating on him, but he did very well
And mind you, what a kick from Kilpatrick. That switch over there, you just can't give him that room.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Blackburn, they were waiting for runners to come across to the fat side, and that allowed South Croydon to cover that extra man and put the pressure on the ball carrier.
So Hardstaff sends it on its way. He has missed it. Just off to the side. Looked like all right off the boot, but it's gone through for another minor score, the third of the day, and it's 139. Playing 1 straight 6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're just about at the 10-minute mark of this first quarter.
Yeah, they had a few chances early, Scotty, but haven't been able to stretch out that lead.
They're applying the pressure, and I guess that's the thing that will keep Blackburn happy, is that they're missing and they're still in the contest, well and truly.
So ball goes long down the line. Kings there, punches it towards a teammate. Handball over the top there by Cox, and wrapped up in a tackle. We'll get a ball up, but you are right. It'll be a worry for Blackburn though, because they can't hold strong if they're going to be put under this sort of pressure all afternoon. As here's Blackburn, their chance to go forward. A chance here for Conker.
Oh,
free kick not
in the
given.
back.
It is.
Yeah, it was there.
Had the right position, front position, and pushed as he went for the ball there.
He was lucky because it should have been holding, and but he got paid. It got paid in the back.
Now that should be 25. It should be, because it was a South Croydon player there that was meant to pass it back to him, and it's gone 20 metres away from him. So here's Luke Conker. He's had 13 goals this season. So he enters inside 50 for Blackburn. Mark almost there, taken by the captain in Lawler. Kick forward. South Croydon's backline under a lot of pressure. Falls back to Klepp. It's got to be good. He uses the ball well and finds a target. And they just relax a bit.
King's out loose, down back again.
Instead he'll go forward. Finds Dano King in the long sleeves out there.
Hasn't seen too much of it Dano yet, but
might be his first kick.
He'll get into it.
Short kick onto the wing. So they look to link up. Another mark taken. They want to play on now. Kilpatrick, kick forward, just uses the ball so well, hits his target.
There they go.
They got some plays open if they can get it down there. Into the direction of Wilson, punched away, had 2 to beat. Blackburn did very well. The kick's a bit of a shocker coming out, but they do all right. Now here's a chance to go forward. The kick's not a good one. It's going to land in the hands of Crowell, who does well in the back line.
So South Croydon to bring it away. And Blackburn, some good endeavour going forward, but they just can't seem to quite finish it off. Ball comes inside. Nice work by Cooper. Cooper spins onto the right foot. Little kick inside. Finds Williams. And this is where South Croydon have been good. They've been hitting a lot more targets and they seem to have more control as they go forward. This time it gets over the top and it's loose on the ground. Trying to get it there was, I think it was Crowell on the ground. But they've got it away. Kick out by Satsis. And the mark is taken. So now Blackburn can come down the line in the hands of Lawler.
Blackburn's got a spare in the forward if they get this this down through quick.
So slow ball movement as it goes inbound, taken there by Bajega. First time I've called his name today. Now Reid is going to give it over on the overlap to number 38 and Mark. He's also probably his first touch of the game. But beautiful kick and it's been taken there. The mark is being paid. So great work by Blackburn. It was slow endeavour, but they managed to get it forward in the end.
Well, they managed to get control of the ball and create a mismatch or a loose man on the fat side of the ground, and were able to take their time and deliver that ball into their forward 50.
Yeah, it's good patience, wasn't it? Just chipping it across the field, but they knew what they were doing, and it's Ryan Baffy, the man not originally listed to play. He was listed to play, then he wasn't, but now he's back in the side. Comes in, the former Geelong man, and he's put it through, so they needed that one, Blackburn. And they get it, so they get in front. Second goal for them. They lead by 2 straight to 139 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 13 and a half minutes played.
We'll go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, that was way much better ball movement by Blackburn. You know, we saw with South Croydon how they did their ball movement before, but that ball movement there by Blackburn was really spot on. They really looked down in the eyes and found Baffy with the perfect lead and the perfect, he's going to be the vocal point, he blew with instinct. So it'll be interesting to see who's going to go on Baffy right now, because punting station's he's already kicked 2, so already looking dangerous. Back to you.
So ball back in the middle. You're right, he's had a bit of an impact early and he's going to need it. As King in the ruck gets a tap out. It's going nowhere though. Wrapped up for another ball up in the middle of the ground. 14 minutes gone.
Both sides have settled down now, so it's going to be interesting what happens from here onwards.
Ball punched forward by King. The handball over the top. Could work out. Williams is there. He's got about 3 or 4 Blackburn players to beat. He somehow ends up with the ball and kicks it forward. 1-on-1 in the goal square. Got it. nicely done there. It was a good kick by Williams, kept fighting, had a lot of players to beat there, and hit it up right to Wilson, the dangerous man up forward, who can go back and kick his second.
Fortunately for Macaulay, he just can't afford to let Wilson get in front of him, otherwise he's not going to be able to overtake him.
But it was just the strength. It was just strength.
So Wilson comes in, looking for goal number 2.
And number
Made
65.
the goal umpire work, but it's right to the middle. South Croydon have their second for the afternoon. 2-3-15 to Blackburn, 2 straight 12. We've gone 15 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He's a hard matchup, Wilson. You're right. Like, he can't let him sort of be in front, but he is a strong body as well, and he just sort of ragdolled him. So they might have to look at that matchup, whether that's going to work for them going into the second.
And if you look at the way that they're delivering the ball to Wilson, they're not kicking it at the top of his head. They're kicking it so that he can lead out with his hands and take the ball at full stretch.
Who's the next cab off the rank? Well, Brash, if they do make a change.
I'll have to think about that.
Get your people to come back to my people as the ball is in the middle. King taking in the tackle, wrapped up as we have a ball up. Paul, have you got some stats for us, mate?
I sure do. South Croydon have a really good setup. They're winning the ball out the middle, 4-1 at the moment. The intercept marks 3-1 in South Croydon's favour. They've had it 9 inside 50s to 3, and they've taken 3 marks inside 50s to 1. So they're going well, South Croydon at the moment. But credit to Blackburn, they are keeping up with South Croydon. They lead the tackles 5-2, Blackburn.
Thanks, mate. So Oglethorpe finds Gray on this broadcast side of the ground. Gray goes down the line, but it's only South Croydon players there. Quick handball over the top. Probably not a great one because there was more Blackburn players there. Oglethorpe goes in and gets it. He gets it out. Now they go forward, and that might be a bit of a wasted kick too, because once again there's plenty of defenders, and it's Marshall. He takes the mark off half-back, and South Croydon to bring it back. So we've got about, I won't say how long we've got to go because we've played 16 minutes. So plenty of time left in this first quarter as Marshall goes down the line. That's Max King, and he's so easy. He really is a fantastic mover for a big man.
He shouldn't be allowed to be running around.
Too much space.
Too much space indeed. So King on the wing.
And what a kick.
And beautiful kick. He really is a super player, Max King. There's really nothing he can't do as the ball goes loose, and it's going to be sent across the boundary line, and we'll have a throw-in.
And Brash, I really like him up in the ruck. I know he can kick goals up forward, but they have options there, and he's just very strong. It gets the midfielders first use the ball.
Don't worry, he will get a stint at full forward this afternoon.
Yeah. So here he is again, the tap out against Harry. He's back in the ruck, who started all right. King got the tap out forward, but it won't go too far. Lawler, the captain of the Blackburn Football Club, getting it first as he's tackled.
And it looks like Crowley's got the matchup on Barthy, who's just come off, and now Crowley's taken that spell as well. So that's going to be the matchup for the day, I'd say. So
ball up inside 50 for South Croydon. King used his body well, got rid of Harry. Ball didn't go too far as Williams gets his kick out. Mark taken. Yes, it is. And gee, that's twice now Williams has gone forward as the player here will look to put it on the left boot, snap it through. Sheridan kicks his first, and South Croydon have their third, 3-3-21 to Blackburn, 2 straight 12. We've gone almost 18 minutes in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Sheridan's 39th goal for the season is to prove to be a real live wire. Maxie King now going down for a well-deserved rest down at full forward. It's going to make it now. This could be the opportunity that South Croydon want. If they can take control of the middle and win 50-50, kick the ball down long to King, see if he can really now stretch this Blackburn defence.
Yeah, wouldn't want to concede another one before quarter time, even though it's early in the game. They won't really get too far behind Blackburn. Up it goes. They win the tap through Harry, falls into the hands there of, I think it was Allen, gets it forward, but there's Blackburn players back there, and they'll move it quickly off half-back. This is where they've been quite good today. They've been looked sharp. Bajaga goes down the line, trying to find a target. Beautiful mark taken over there. That was Oglethorpe. So Oglethorpe comes inbound. Now he sends it long. Can he hit a target back there? There's plenty of defenders, but the mark is taken. That was a bit too easy, and it's Jackson Wright.
Got one over top.
He plays on, and there's a Joe the Goose out the back, and an easy mark taken there by Hart. And I'll tell you what, the South Croydon defence just went to sleep there.
Yeah, they pushed too far up, the South Croydon defence.
So Marcus Bazagla will be he'll be absolutely spewing about that. So as Jordan Hart takes the mark, he won't miss from here. I reckon I could kick this one. And that's saying a lot as the kick goes in. The goal umpire did move, but he's put it through. So a much needed goal, just when we were saying that Blackburn needed to get one, and they had through Jordan Hart, and they pulled the margin back to just 3 points, 3-21, playing 3 straight on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're almost at a time on.
And you're saying, Brash, so putting Max King up forward, like looking for the goal, but then it leaves the middle open. So it means that Blackburn really needs to go strong out of this centre clearance, get that and get it down their line.
Yeah, it's probably where their midfield has to really go hard now.
Yeah.
So Sam Allen now in the ruck for South Croydon's ball going nowhere. We'll get a secondary ball up, but you're right, it is a bit of an opportunity for Blackburn to make the most of this. These centre clearances.
It's sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul, isn't it? You need 2 Max Kings, one on the ruck and one forward.
It certainly would be handy as Blackburn go inside 50 again for the second time in a row. Conker's there, punched away from him, falls into the hands of a teammate in Blackburn. Here's Lawler, tackled straight away.
But I don't really know why they sort of put King now up forward. Like, he was the spare down back, so he got that rest when he needed to, but obviously then cover the ruck.
So ball up here, Blackburn will look to go forward. Ball not going anywhere though, kicked away. It may come back because Mayer will get here first as he sends it forward for Blackburn. No mark taken, kicked off, was that Conker, bouncing towards goal. It's too far to the right, just a minor score. Their first for the day as we go to the stats now. Paul Uconi.
Blackburn have been really efficient going forward. They've had 4 scoring shots and kicked 3 goals, 1 from their 6 inside 50 so far.
Thanks, Paul. So Evans brings it back in. The margin is 2 points, and we're into time on at the end of this first quarter. What a cracking quarter it's been too. Really enjoyable to watch. Now here they come off half back. Quick hands there to, I think it's Jones.
Goal!
He's taken and tackled. Brilliant tackle by Conker. Just you can't have that much time. I don't know how much he thought. And
that's 25.
That's going to be 25.
That has to be 25.
He's lost
very unlucky there.
So Jones just, I think he lost the plot a wee bit from the fact that it was tackled, but it was his fault. So Conker, probably a bit unlucky not to be closer, but he chips it out wide and finds a target in Faulkner. Faulkner, around about half forward, decides to go. He goes in, but he went right, and then he came back to the left. Gets a beautiful kick, and he drills it inside 50, and that's superb play by Blackburn. And it's going to be Jordan Hart, brother Sam also on this side.
Yeah, well, they had Sam Hart just sitting next to him spare as well, so it was definitely going to one of the Hart brothers.
So
well done there by Tyler Faulkner. He backed himself there.
Yeah, no, it was good play. As I said, he started to go out to the right, but then he came back on the left and he spotted up the target in Jordan Hart, who's kicked 1 today.
It'll be a good goal if he kicks this.
Yeah, this will put Blackburn in front. This will be a massive fillip, but he hasn't struck it at all. Well, it's going to come up just a little bit short. There's a whistle.
Free kick.
Which way is this going? Free kick to South Croydon. Yeah, defensive free kick. So I thought it might have been a Blackburn free kick, but Carroll takes the ball and gives it off quickly. So they'll chip it out down the line with markers taken. We've had about 22 minutes gone in this first term. Cooper on the far side. They'll chip out wide. Just happy to slow it down. South Croydon maybe taking some of the sting out of this Blackburn side. Now they go down the line again. That's a nice mark. Taken over there on the far side. They come inboard. Now they've got a chance to get a late one themselves. Beautiful grab taken there by, I think it's Burt. So it wheels around onto the right. Now he goes long. Can he hit a target up forward? Where's Wilson?
There he is.
There he is.
Push.
No, you saw that.
No, free kick. Yep. So pushed in the back. So free kick to Blackburn, and the danger is over for the moment.
Certainly looks dangerous. So the kick's a very careful one. Just finds his target. So look to try and escape this forward 50. Doesn't know where he's going. Decides to go to the wing, punch away. Oh, you take the mark almost there, Evans. But did enough to at least spoil it before it goes out of bounds.
Just indecisive there, set it up well. It was way too much.
South Croydon lead 3-3-21 to Blackburn 3-1-19. 23 minutes gone.
2 minutes share then.
For King versus Harry. Got his tap out. Dano King's there if they can get the handball to him. But Blackburn should be able to send it back out. The kick though, made his teammate work for it as South Croydon now have another chance going forward. The kick's not a great one, not to the advantage of Wilson. Here's Birch, the handball off to a teammate, and that was Hardstaff, and hits up. That is a mark. It's hit up his teammate in Sheridan, and Sheridan will look for his second goal.
Gee, I don't reckon that was 15.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the replay now. I wasn't too sure if it was coming, but
wouldn't want to be buying real estate off that umpire.
It was, yeah.
So Sheridan looking for goal number 2. 38 goals for the season coming into today. As we've said, you don't really need King up there with the forward line they've got. Sheridan will come in. Off the left boot is hooked that, and that's going to be right all the way there. So 3:4:22 to Blackburn 3:1:19.
Now that is a shank.
And a half minutes gone. They've had their chances.
That's a shank.
So 24 minutes gone, as Ryan said, and this really is a great game. It's anyone's. Of course, it goes the obvious. We've only played one quarter, but in terms of the way it's gone, it's been very, very even so far. As the ball goes out towards the far side of the ground, bouncing around over there. Oh, good strong tackle coming in there over the top. I think it was Talon Boris that made the tackle, and the umpire said, "Give it to me."
You're going to quarter time as Blackburn. You have to be very happy with how this has played out so far.
So South Croydon have certainly been on top for probably the majority as King gets the tap out, but Blackburn have held him there well. Ball on the grounds, and we'll have another ball up. So 25 minutes gone. How many goals have we had? 3, 6. So there's probably still another 4 or 5 minutes maybe to go.
Yeah, maybe around 27, 28, I reckon, Brett.
I should have asked you, Brash. You always know. The master of the clock is they go forward again. Here's the kick forward. Can they get a target? Where's Wilson? The ball spills out. They'll have to rush this through, and they do.
Wilson looks dangerous.
He does. Every time the ball goes up, and Michael Dunn was back to knock it through and save the day. So one more to the South Croydon total.
Macaulay was a bit lucky. He nearly gave away a front on free kick there because he didn't have his eye on the ball.
So 3:5:23 to 3:1:19.
Jason Reid here to kick it out for Blackburn. Didn't think there'd be too much left on the clock. So they've got to hold on. Wouldn't want to give up a goal in these late stages. They've done so well so far. The defensive back six. As he goes long down the line to the far side. King flies. Good mark.
Gee,
good hand. Plays
mark.
on immediately. Handball off. They're going to send it back inside 50. Dana King's there. Uses him. He's kicked towards Sheridan. Wilson's there too. Punched away and over the line. And that was well done by the Blackburn defence as we go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
In this game, boys, inside 50, both sides have taken, in the marks inside 50, South Croydon have taken 5 marks in the forward 50, Blackburn have taken 3, so it'll be really important in this do-or-die final that...
Here's Wilson, just got it out of the ruck, snaps on the right boot, it's there, he's kicked 3!
Wow. That is amazing. Ruck contact. What can't he do? What can't he do? Don't worry about putting King there. He's tapped it out of the ruck to himself and then snapped it to have one of probably the goals of the quarter.
Brash, forget about Rover. He'll do it all himself.
So that's it, mate. It just can't. Like I said, he's big. He's strong. He's got. He just knows where the ball is.
Yeah. It's just that footy smart, isn't it?
But how good was that mark by King to set up that forward 50, because they did place a lot of urgency. They didn't get it right the first time, but they certainly got it right the second time.
Definitely.
Just go back and Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre quickly.
So South Croydon have taken 5 intercept marks already, so they've got a really good defensive setup about them. So I think for Blackburn, they've only had about 7 inside 50s. I think Blackburn have got to get a man back, get some intercept marks and get it forward to give themselves a better chance at scoring.
So 10-point lead. That's more. Well, I think it's the game high lead, I think, as the siren goes for the end of the first quarter. And it's South Croydon with that late goal that have just opened up a little gap. 4-5-29, playing 3-1-19 as we reach quarter time. And here's Ryan Long with the goal kickers from the first term.
Yeah, so South Croydon, James Wilson has been on fire. He's kicked the 3 while Tom Sheridan's kicked the other one for them. As for Blackburn, Ryan Bathy with the 2 goals and Jordan Hart with 1 major. As we go to quarter time here, South Croydon with a 10-point lead, 4-5-29 to Blackburn 3-1-19.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the Bayswater Oval, where we have seen a cracking first term of footy. It's the Elimination Premier Division Final, of course. The loser is out. The winner goes through. And I'll tell you what, it's a tough one to call. South Croydon did get the late goal, which has pushed it out to a 10-point lead. But Wayne Brasher, it doesn't feel like a 10-point game. It's been a lot closer than that, hasn't it?
It has, but then on the other hand too, Brett, you could almost say that it could be a 6-5 to 3-1 game, the way that the momentum has shifted at the relevant time for Blackburn. They're just moving the ball a little bit too slow out of their back 50 to try and open up that midfield and spread the ball into in their forward line. South Croydon, what they're doing really well is their pressure on the ball carrier. They're able to get into. They have been able to get in interceptions right throughout the game. They're moving the ball a lot quicker and a little bit more direct. Wilson looks like he could be the man that could be the difference between the two sides. And unless Blackburn, I know Blackburn are going to show faith in Macaulay, but how much longer can they afford to show the faith?
Well, thank goodness Ryan Bathy's out there. We didn't think he was going to be for the start of the game when he wasn't initially named, but he's kicked too, and he's easily going to be their biggest threat up forward, isn't he? And if anything happens to him, they might be cooked, Blackburn.
They've certainly made the most of their opportunities, Brash, when they have gone forward. They probably haven't had the inside 50 count compared to South Croydon, but when they have gone forward, they've hit some targets.
They have Roughsedge and Bajay had started to get into the game in the midfield and the quarter, but those players need to be able to kick the ball deep into the Blackburn's inside 50 for their effectiveness.
Let's go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got our Blackburn coach, Brendan Allen. Brendan, you must be really proud of that quarter this show, because we know how dangerous South Croydon can be.
Yeah, look, it was a good start. Obviously, their goals probably come a little bit easier than ours, but yeah, no, we defended the corridor well, and we actually made them panic a little bit, which is what we were intended to do on during the week. That was our plan. So.
You touched on as well that you wanted to stop the marks. You must be really happy with that. You touched on how they only had 20 marks when they averaged. You think you said 134, was it? What was the key behind that? Oh, look, we just got to find them quickly. So they literally just look and find one and hit it. So we've got to be really disciplined and number off straight away as soon as we turn the ball over, and it's going to be a key to winning this game later on. All the best, mate. Good luck.
Thank you, Blake. With Brendan Allen, the coach of the Blackburn side. Plenty of Blackburn supporters out here today as they stream off the ground in their red shirts.
Brett, if you ask me early in the quarter, if Macaulay can't get the job done, who do Blackburn pick? Well, they've really only got Faulkner or Michael Dunn, the two most experienced in their back line. They would be the only two that could go to him that I would have the strength and to match him.
Yeah. So we'll soon find out what's going to happen in terms of the matchup on the big man Wilson. Oh, he's sort of biggish. He's not really the biggest guy in the world, but he's kicked 3 anyway. And he's been a dominant feature in this first term as the umpire holds the ball aloft. And the second term about to get underway. Up it goes. Up they fly. Max King might have got the hit out that time. Falls over for Blackburn. Bouncing around. Nice work out of the middle there was Bajega. Now they come forward, Blackburn, what they'd give for the first goal of this term. Fumbled over there. Bouncing around awkwardly. Trying to get his hands on it there was Gray, I think it was. Now the ball comes forward again. Out here. Little chip forward by Bajega. Can he hit a target into the pocket? Ball bouncing towards goal. It's still dangerous, but it's been seen through for a minor score. And the opening score of the second term goes the way of the Burners, and they trail it by 9 points. It's 4-5-29 to 3-2-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That's a difference so far. The wings and half forwards of Blackburn haven't been able to hit the target in the forward 50 as well as what South Croydon has.
Well, the kick out there wasn't quite good. Here's a chance for Blackburn. Oglethorpe, the handball over the top. His teammate there tackled and will get a ball up.
Macaulay's still on Wilson, but just give him a little bit of rope. I'd probably stick a little bit tighter to him.
You'd be a bit worried if the ball gets over the top. There's a ball up inside 50 for Blackburn. Would love the first one. It's Dano King here for South Croydon, though, to clear it out. Blackburn have got a couple of numbers there. Harry's one of them. Punched it forward. Teammate there. Got his handball just before the tackle. No, he didn't. He's caught holding the ball.
I think they need the first one, Ryan.
Yeah, they certainly do. Wouldn't want to give South Croydon any sort of extra lead as they go short. Not enough though. He's caught. It's turnover, and now they can go forward through the hands of Gray towards goal. Will it get there? No, it won't. South Croydon on the last line of defence. Clear it out. It may come back there because Gray's in the right position. South Croydon have got 3 to beat here, and a boundary line will probably be a good result in the end.
Well done by the South Croydon back line. A 2-on-4. Managed to get a throw in there.
Yep, so they should have done a bit better there, Blackburn, but nonetheless, they forced a stoppage.
Just the composure probably is the difference at the moment as well through sort of the back lines if you compare them.
So when it goes, Max King got the hit out into the hands there of Oglethorpe, who's well and truly wrapped up. And in fact, Max got his hand on it last, but the whistle had already gone. So a little bit of wind getting up out here at Bayswater, probably not too significant. Blake will keep us informed on that as the ball goes up once again. One by Dunn out of the ruck. Now it's bouncing around. Reed went past it. Ball on the ground. And it's over the boundary line once again.
Probably come from Baronia, Brett.
It's the Baronia doctor. Dear. So up here, throw it in again. Margin is 9 points. Finals footy. It's finally here. It seems like an age since we've been in the finals, and it probably is because of the last couple of years. But the ball is on the ground and wrapped up.
With that wind as well, they're getting a bit of cloud cover, and I'd say a few of the reserves players probably not too happy. A few of them had the rigs out just to show it about.
So ball up again. Here's South Croydon to go forward through Walker. Could come right back as it goes towards the boundary line and over as we go to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, just to touch up on the wind, boys. Yeah, it is kind of it's a bit that the wind is coming a little bit, but I think it's really coming down to the broadcast wing where we are now. I can't see it going down with the forward line. Stan King just gets a falcon.
His teammate King just punched it right into his head.
Hold the back of his
certainly
head.
felt that a bit of a falcon. Another ball in. So Dano King will get out of the way this time. So the throw in.
Sam Reed letting him know about it.
Yeah,
Jason Reed, sorry.
Bit funny. There's King, tap out towards his Lola for Blackburn, the captain. Brought down in a tackle by Walker, who's been here and there. Right in the midfield, he's an important play for the Dogs. Tap out here can get a bit of an edge going forward. Not much happening at the moment. Going back was Cox, and the kick forward's a turnover. Now Patterson. Kick's got to be good. It's a beautiful one in between Hart. Hart will switch it to the far side to the other Hart, and Sam Hart kicking it forward. The kick may just outstretch his teammate up forward, and South Croydon's defence under a lot of pressure. And the tackle will lead to another boundary throw in.
So I've liked the ruck contest today, Brush. Have you seen it with King and Harry? I think Harry sort of held his own, hasn't he?
He has, and he has to, Brett. He's got to at least try and break even around the ground and in the ruck contest because King can kick goals.
So Lawler stabs it forward in the mark. Or no, it's not paid. I thought it's been touched off the boot, has it? Umpire says we'll have a ball up. The Blackburn faithful went up. The umpire said no, we'll have to ball it up in the hands of Oglethorpe. Up it goes. There is King getting the head out, but it's fallen there for Blackburn, but they won't get that out, I don't think. No, in fact, it has come clear, so they kick out now, but it should come back. Plenty of Blackburn players back there.
Oh, good tackle.
Edge, he's been taken on the tackle. Is that holding the ball?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
That was our favourite, the Wombat, Mallison.
So Robbie with the ball. Taking a bit of time. Just chips it out to Matt Jones. Like the crowd going up about something.
That was about 10 metres.
Yeah. So Jones, it was a pretty short kick in fairness, but just taking a bit of time here in the hands at the moment of, I think it's Sheridan over there, not sure. But Snick it is. Tommy Snick gets it out wide now to Walker. Now here they come, South Croydon. Oh, that's a beautiful tackle. And once again, a case of a player thinking he had way more time than he did, and Conker comes in and wins the free kick for Blackburn.
So Conker can send him forward again, being prominent early. It's called to play on. Gabich about to run at him. The kick is not too good. It's punched over the line there by Dale Walker for the Dogs.
Just that indecisive nature again. They just need to get that composure right. Their tackling pressure's definitely lifted in this second quarter. Just need to fine-tune a few little other things.
Well, with all this momentum, they've got to use it. They've got to put it on the scoreboard because South Croydon will come. He's Harry the tap out to Lawler, tackled by two Dogs.
That's the thing that's letting them down at the moment, Blackburn. Their hand and foot skills, especially going into their forward 50.
Yep.
6 minutes gone in this second term. South Croydon with a 9-point lead. Tap out by Harry. And they'll send it inside 50 through Reed. South Croydon should have the box seat there. Good mark.
Gutsy
Went
Marshall.
with the back flight of the ball. That was Marshall. Stood his ground and kicks it back to Williams. Had plenty of the ball early. His kick's a good one to the far side, and they will look just to keep it on that far wing, unless they're going to switch. A bit indecisive as he just goes right down the line, and that is out of bounds on the full.
And that's coming back
Ball
in.
kick.
Yeah, it's just a good pressure by Blackburn, but just not resulting on the scoreboard. So South Croydon will sort of be happy enough with that.
Yep, South Croydon struggling to find an exit route, and in the end the mistake is forced, and Blackburn will come back again. There's the in ball going. A little stab down the line from Satsis, trying to find a target, but it's a bit too close to the boundary line, and Sam Hart can't quite get hands on it. It's over the boundary. In fact, is it out on the full?
Yeah, it is out on the full.
Okay, out on the full, so it'll be a free kick anyway to South Croydon.
Neither side are really wanting to take the corridor.
Good smother.
So Cooper gets his kick smothered, and Blackburn really putting the pressure on here, keeping South Croydon pinned as the ball goes out, but they've got it out now. Lawler, only just got his kick in. It might have been partially touched as it goes forward. Mark not paid anyway as the ball goes loose, and Cox has got it on the ground. The mandatory cries of ball as the tackle is made, but there was no prior there. The umpire says, well, ball it up. In fact, it was Talon Burris on the ground. I just saw the 5, but it was actually 50. Umpire throws it up. Bathy beaten to it by King. Wouldn't have spent too much time in the ruck. I wouldn't have thought Ryan Bathy. Ball goes out. Back it comes. And just trying to get themselves into a bit of clear air, the Blackburn side. Now they go forward. Can they get on the end of it? It's been touched through. And it'll go, I think it's gone out, has it?
Just for a minor score.
Yeah. Just a minor score. So it's gone through for a point, and the margin is now 8. It's 4-5-29, playing 3-3-21. And we've played about 8 minutes in the second term.
Rush, the positive is that they've kept it inside there, locked it inside their forward 50, Blackburn. As we go to Paul Uconi Stats Centre.
Blackburn have dominated the inside 50s in this second quarter.
Big fly. Sorry to cut you off, Paul. There's a big fly there by Birch. So apologies. Keep going.
That's all good, Ryan. They've got 6 inside 50s in this second quarter. Blackburn to none for South Croydon, so they've turned the tide a little bit, but they haven't been able to get a goal on the board as yet.
So here's another strong mark there by Sheridan. Had a few to beat, and this is probably their best chance to go forward in this second term. The kick is a turnover here. Russech gets his handball off to Oglethorpe, and now they're on. Here's Wright, inside 50. Got 2 to beat. This South Croydon defender there did very well there, Crowell. Got his handball off. Caught with the ball. Play on, Bathy. Caught with the tackle. Falls out, and here's a chance. They'll go forward, and they've got numbers here. Mark not taken, but one over the top. Gets a handball over to him, and on the boundary line, Hart snaps it around the corner. Yes!
Go Goatee!
That's the early leader for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day on the boundary line. Sam Hart, brilliant finish. And Blackburn get that goal they needed. They go to 4-3-27. They trail South Croydon 4-5-29 in this second term.
That's a goal that's going to be hard to beat. Goal of the day. What a snap. And down the right end, got the crowd behind him as well. What a goal.
Reward for effort there for Blackburn. The opening 10 minutes of this quarter has actually belonged to them.
Yep.
They've got one goal for it, but they've worked extremely hard to make sure that South Croydon do not get any free movement out of that back 50.
Yeah, I think that's obviously been the message from Brendan Allen, because they've been able to lock it in, and South Croydon really struggling to find an exit point.
Paul, you can't stats in it just quickly.
They've been very good this quarter. 7 inside 50s, Blackburn to none, and the tackle count's been incredible this second quarter. 4-3 in favour of South Croydon.
So a dodgy kick comes inside into the hands of Hart. Hart goes forward. Ball not marked over there, though. That might be a free kick to Blackburn. Blackburn player taken without the footy, I thought. The umpire says no, and we'll have a ball up as it's in the hands there of Burt, thrown into the ground. Bright sunlight out here at Bayswater Oval. Sun disappeared briefly, but it's out now, and this is probably one of the better days we've had for a fair while. Mind you, we are living in Melbourne, I suppose, so we can't... That's a goal! Fantastic stuff as the ball was taken out of the stoppage.
Talamburis, I bet.
And it's Talamburis, and that will be a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day as well. And boy, this Blackburn side, they really have upped the ante in this second term, and they have their fifth. And it's 5-3-33 to 4-5-29 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Talamburis with his first of the day.
Yeah, they obviously had a good pep talk at quarter time, because it's a totally different sort of outfit. Like I said, they're still lacking a little bit of that composure, but the pressure for the forward half to keep it in has been extraordinary.
Let's see a red jackets in front of us.
It's a great look. It's a great look for the club to have that.
Certainly is. They're a proud club, Blackburn, and they have a 4-point lead. Certainly coming in as the underdogs today, finishing 6th on the ladder. South Croydon.
I haven't seen their number one ticket holder, Gus McLeod, here, though. He must be here somewhere.
The back in the middle. Here's a chance for South Croydon. They'll get the centre clearance through Kilpatrick. One-on-one contest. No one able to take a mark there. Falls into the hands of Blackburn here as they retreat out. The good kick there by Michael Dunn hit up a target. And they'll look to go on that far side down the wing towards Harry. Go over the top of him. King there for South Croydon. His handball over to Schnick as they go forward. That's a mark. They'll look to play on straight away. Don't know if they needed to, but Kilpatrick should be able to. Oh, good tap on forward. But Birch couldn't quite control it. But they do make some ground. Nearly got through there.
But again, good pressure by Blackburn, so keeping it up and sort of keeping this a test for the back line now.
And so 12 minutes gone on the second term, and this is a fantastic game out here. It really is. Elimination final as King gets the hit out into the hands there of Ma, but the whistle's gone.
Just to Paul, you can't in stats center quickly. Actually, Paul, sorry, mate. It's Kilpatrick's about to take a set shot, Besto.
So, little sharp. Okay, so the ball comes inbounds.
I'll play on.
Umpire says play on for the moment.
Paul Ucani.
Blackburn are really putting the pressure on South Croydon this term. South Croydon have turned it over 5 times this quarter, so Blackburn are doing well pressure-wise.
So South Croydon with the footy, almost a high tackle there as the ball goes back inside 50, no mark taken, bouncing around. O'Neill almost manages to get his hands on it, but he won't clear it. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
And this is the test now for Blackburn's defence. Obviously, they haven't had to do much for this second quarter, but need to keep it wrapped in and get it out.
Yep, so for all their endeavour, they're only 4 points in front, Blackburn, as the ball comes out. It's bouncing around out towards about the half-forward line, or half-back line, should I say, as the ball is on the ground again. Diving on it was Cooper. Whistle's gone, and Dano King, he's always around the footy, isn't he? Every time you look where the ball is, it's like he's magnetised to the ball. He's never too far away as the ball goes up again. Up they fly. Dano got a push in the back that time, but the umpire says play on as the ball goes inside 50 again. Blackburn under a fair bit of pressure here as they try and get it back. There's the kick inside off the boot of Kilpatrick. Bouncing around awkwardly, Mallison. In fact, it's not Mallison, it's Cox. Cox goes for home, and no, he's missed. Off target.
That's 2 opportunities Cox has had this afternoon with really no pressure, and he's kicked 2 behinds.
He certainly had plenty of time, but he went off the right, but maybe might have been better to go off the left. But 1 to the total. It's a 33-30 game, and Blackburn will bring it back in.
So the Blackburn kick out here, right down the middle of the ground. Almost took a mark over the marshal. Looked like it was all Marshall's to get. There's a free kick here going one way. It's going Blackburn's way to the hands of Wright. And look at the Blackburn supporters just calling out to keep going. Someone down behind play as well. And they go to the far side. It's a one-on-one contest there. Beat them both, but fall in the hands of Schnick. He's got a bit of time. Handballs it over the top to Marshall. Kicks it down the line. Williams is there. Oh, strong mark in front of him by Patterson. The other number 11 for Blackburn goes inside 50. Cut off. Kilpatrick. Handball off. And a free kick was called, but they'll get the advantage. Wilson here. Bit further up the ground this time. He'll send it forward. Got a one-on-one. Should be able to mark it here. He does. Good position. And a good kick by Wilson to spot out his teammate there in Sheridan. And Sheridan should go back and take the set shot.
Very nice kick to position there by Wilson. Just thought there that Blackburn, they just, Reed was too slow off centre half back to kick that, get that ball into the forward 50. I can understand where the Blackburn supporters were coming there because South Croydon got numbers behind the ball to intercept.
Tommy Sheridan coming in for goal number 2. Too far right. He may not make the distance. Mark almost taken. But it's bounced over the line. King couldn't quite hold it. South Croydon go to 4-7-31. They trail Blackburn 5-3-33. Coming up to 16 minutes gone in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this second quarter.
I think Harry's done well on the ruck in the second quarter and given Blackburn at least some advantage in some of his hit-outs.
Indeed, as Patterson of the Liam variety goes out towards the wing. Up they fly. Mark, has it been paid? Yes, it has. No, free kick. Block called. Schneck plays on quickly for South Croydon. They get out the wing. Now they go inboard trying to find a target inside 50. It's a long kick and it's been rushed through just in the end. Going back is Patterson. Just in front of Wilson, who was lurking. He's got 3 today, James Wilson. We were musing before how many he could finish up with today, but he hasn't added to his total as yet in the second term.
That was a fair kick by Cooper then, I think.
So Patterson it is, who brings the ball back into play. Long kick down the line. Trying to hit a target. Ball on the grounds. And they've got it, Blackburn. So now they come forward again. Can they hit a target? So around about the centre half forward region, knocked away there by Oglethorpe. In the hands now of Conker.
Here's a chance.
Here's a chance. They've got it out wide. Now it's a chance for Horschel. Haven't called his name too much today. Out goes out towards Talon-Burris. Ball back inside. Whistle's gone. I think it was out.
Boundary.
As we go boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got a new match I've just seen as well. I think Dunn, Michael Dunn has kind of also gone to Wilson as well. We spent a bit of time with him. But you would expect Sam McClure as well to spend a bit of time. But I hadn't noticed that Dunn has gone to Wilson as well.
Interesting matchups there as the ball's thrown back into play. Almost pushed out there was Allen. I think he just tripped over his own feet. As we'll get a secondary ball up.
I do all that all the time.
Interesting enough, it was 3 young Blackburn forward inside there. Just a little bit of inexperience there.
So tapped away or fall into the hands of the Blackburn forward there, Conker. Put onto the right boot. He's looking dangerous though, isn't he, Conker?
That was close as well. So again, that you could see what they were trying to do, just keep back up the forward line from their back line. The big bombs sort of down the centre, and now they feel like they can keep the pressure on.
So good observation by Ryan. Conker has looked dangerous. He's starting to really threaten as Jones brings the ball back in. Goes short, now towards the wing, taken there in the back pocket. So South Croydon once again just struggling to find a way out of defence. They go short this time. It's Dan King. Hasn't had too much of the footy today, Dan King. He's buzzing around, but he hasn't necessarily had a huge influence. Now it's Cooper. Cooper drills it short. This is good. Taken by Walker, Jordan Walker. Far side of the ground. Gets a handball off. Another handball down the line. And there's a whistle from the umpire.
Out of bounds.
And in fact, he's paid out of bounds. Bit of pushing and shoving. It's all handbags at 10 paces, though. Nothing doing there. And the umpire says we'll throw it on the far side. So we're 18 minutes gone in this second term as the umpire gets good purchase on the footy. Back it comes. Another free kick as Allen got the head out that time.
Go on, babe. Blackburn's way.
Blackburn's way. All right, so free kick to Blackburn.
Ruff's edge.
So here's Ruff's edge. Had plenty of the ball early. Kick forward to Patterson. Sitting on his own in the midfield. He's had a bit of a ball too as he switches it to the far side. Kick. He's got Macaulay there. And he can link up. He chooses to. Almost wanted to handball over the top. Oh. And that's exactly what he does. He gets it to his teammate in Faulkner. Now off to Dunn. Here they go. Michael Dunn inside 50. Got a fly from the back. A strong, just in front position there. The South Croydon defender and Schnick.
They worked
very strong back.
they worked well then. It's just they didn't get the reward for it. I thought they were really on there over the top, but
Certainly
just
was.
wrong decision.
Just that last kick inside 50 needed to be a good one.
That's the thing that's let them down.
Yep.
Slow it down, Allen. Short kick forward. Now to Jones. Very experienced. And that grand final side in 2017. As he kicks it backwards. And they just keep it going slow. Schnick down the line. They've got to play on if it can just stay in the boundary line. But punched over the line there. Well done by Blackburn to keep that out.
So, I'm not quite sure Blake will be able to tell us a bit more, and it's not exactly tropical, but it is quite warm. It looks quite warm down there, and one or two of the players seem to be just carrying a bit of sweat and puffing a little bit, so maybe the slightly warm conditions will play a part, should I say, as the game goes on. Up it goes, trying to work his way to the front spot and doing well as Allen gets the knockout. South Croydon to come forward again, kick to around about the half-forward line, ball on the ground. Blackburn in there getting it though, but it's been turned over again. A good tackle coming in there by Lawler. Cries of holding the ball, but there was no prior there as Blackburn again get it out. Messy little period to play this. It's about the fourth to turn over and going back. Great mark taken there by Burt, running back with the flight. And South Croydon to rebound. Kick goes out wide. Nicely taken over there. I think it was Schnick.
Great mark. Protected his zone there and got the reward for it.
Actually, it might be hard stuff. So South Croydon to bring it forward. Down the line they go again. Ball just gets over the top in the vicinity of Sam Hart. Managed to get his hands on it. Pokey little kick back inside and the mark is taken. In the hands now of Reid. And Reid will bring it out of half back.
So here's Reid. Short kick over the top. Finds Faulkner. It's a good start. It's just been their kick inside 50. That last one that's probably failed them. As instead Faulkner will go all the way back. Send it back into their defensive 50. Mark taken. So they'd lose a lot of ground. They're looking to switch the ball. The kick's not great. South Croydon don't really make the most of it though, and sliding in there did well for Blackburn to be able to get a ball up. As we go to boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just get a quick one with you, best day. Just the wind is now slightly dropped a bit. There's not much wind going on out here. It's pretty much sunshine, which is good to see in the spring season. So back to you.
Thank you, Blake. Just keep those budgies away. We don't want to see those just yet, even though it is a bit warmer. As the ball goes on the ground now, it's Reid on the outside, gets it down the line, trying to find a target, does well. So Blackburn with their noses in front, and we're just in the early stages of time on, so plenty of time to go down the wing. Mark not taken over there, and the ball's going to go out of bounds on that far side.
Interesting with Faulkner going back in the play. It just makes me wonder whether the Blackburn back line are just not sure about their directing the ball through it because they haven't got a key centre forward.
So in it goes. There's the head out that time from Allen. There's Max King just having a bit of a spell at the moment out of the ruck as the ball goes forward. Mark not taken. Mellison was in. No, in fact, it was Wilson, who was there. Tried to get his hands on it, couldn't do so. Ball comes out to Huber. Or Hubbard.
Free kick.
Yeah, Wilson just held on to him well and truly after the ball had been released.
So free kick to Blackburn, and they'll be able to work it out. So 22 and a half minutes paid, 34-32, 5 goals to 4. Been a good contest. As Blackburn, they go straight down the middle this time. Long kick, trying to find a target, getting over the back. In fact, I think Mark has been paid.
Yep.
Fantastic stuff.
Oglethorpe,
I think it's
Charlie Oglethorpe.
Oglethorpe it was. I thought it had got over the back, but Oglethorpe, the big dukes went up. Let's just watch the replay, and that's a great mark, isn't it?
Yeah, he judged it very well then.
Protecting the drop zone, and there was about 2 or 3 South Croydon players around him. That's a super grab, so Oglethorpe will go back.
This young Blackburn forward line has really stood up in this second quarter.
So this is a massive kick. This will give them an 8-point buffer, and we're getting close to half-time.
Bit of a cult figure, Charlie Oglethorpe.
With the old, the mullet. So
I believe he's got a good brother coming up through the ranks too.
So Oglethorpe, big kick this one. Let's see how he goes. It's on its way. The crowd will tell you, and it's there. Beautiful kick by Oglethorpe. We've got the Blackburn faithful in front of us, and they are up pretty quickly. So Charlie Oglethorpe gets his first of the day, and the margin is out to 8 points, 6-4-40 to 4-8-32 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 23 and a half gone, second term.
Paul Uconi in the Sat Centre.
It was really important for Blackburn to get that goal because South Croydon were sort of settling nicely into this second quarter. They had 4 out of the last inside 50s before that inside 50 by Blackburn and goal. But good work by Blackburn to get that goal and re-establish that buffer.
So back in the middle here, South Croydon. They need to kick the next one. There's the mark taken. Hard stuff. Wants to move it quickly, and that's the right decision. Birch is out there. Oh, the mark just had to be taken there by Sheridan. Birch was there to receive the handball. As Blackburn now through Dunn will get a bit of ground and towards the boundary line. That's a good result for Blackburn.
It was really interesting before. Brendan Allen actually came all the way up to the interchange when he had the 3 players off, then got into Jason Reid to say, well done, mate. So, yeah, he's obviously happy with what he's seeing from the boys at the moment.
So younger players have really stood up in this second quarter. As we said, time on in this second quarter. They lead by 8 points. Certainly the underdogs as King gets the hit out. Now Kilpatrick, his kick is a turnover. The intercept mark there, well taken by Sartaz as he kicks it towards his teammate Macaulay. He can run onto it. The kick down the line, hits his own teammate, and they'll send it inside 50. This kick's got to be good. They've got a player on. Yeah. Strong mark taken by Horsnail.
Talamburis.
Talamburis, apologies. And Talamburis will look to kick a goal and put Blackburn into a 14-point lead.
Just no one marking him there. Sorry, he just obviously had it sit in his lap. Easy mark.
One thing that Marcus won't be happy with at the moment is Blackburn have taken South Croydon out of their comfort zone, and they're not being able to play the game on their terms.
Well, listen to the roar if he kicks this. Look, not bad, but it's too far to the left, so just a minor score. 6-5-41, South Croydon 4-8-32.
Gee, that would have been a handy goal.
Yeah, they would. We're coming up to 26 minutes gone in this second term, so can't be too much left.
And this is definitely what we were talking about. This is the challenge for South Croydon, slightly back up against the wall. It's not panic stations by any stretch, but look, they need to work out how they're going to get out of this because it's been a Blackburn quarter all the way.
So Jordan Williams goes back to Schnick. Every time I say Schnick's name, I think I'm playing cricket.
I think it's
Schnick behind. So I think it is Brash. As the long kick goes down the line, up they fly. Great grab over the top there from Satsis. Sataz, sorry. Now he gets the ball forward. I'll tell you what, if Blackburn get another one, that's a great... Has it been paid? No, it hasn't. It was Talamburis, I think, who went up for it. Free kick.
Back the other way.
Going the way to South Croydon. Well, that was a bit of a let-off, because I tell you what, another goal to Blackburn there. And it would have been all on as the kick goes out off half-back. Hardstaff, trapped deep, goes short towards a teammate and finds Walker.
Well, they've certainly forced them into a game that South Croydon don't like playing here, Blackburn.
So, terrific coaching performance by Brendan Allen, because since that quarter-time break, they really have upped the ante and they've been able to put a lot of pressure on as the ball goes loose on the ground.
Good pick up.
Going in there, beautifully picked up. South Croydon to go forward. Mark almost paid there. In fact, it is paid to Allen. Decides to play on quickly in 25 metre.
Gee, I reckon that was a bit harsh, that one.
Didn't look to be too much in it, but the player might have just run over the mark, and the umpire says...
No, it was about the tap of the ball, I think, Brett.
So the umpire will have to... South Croydon will have to play on quickly because there can't be much time to go inside 50, but look at the defenders back there for Blackburn. There's plenty of them, and right on cue was Blackburn get the handbell out of half-back. The siren has gone, and the end of a second quarter which was dominated for the best part by Blackburn, and they've taken a handy lead into the half-time break. They lead 7-4-46 to 4-8-32. Here's Ryan with the goal kickers for the match so far.
So South Croydon held goalless in that quarter. They've still got Wilson with the 3 goals, while Sheridan has the 1. As for Blackburn, Ryan Bathy still with the 2 goals, Talamburis with 1, Jordan Hart with 1, and Sam Hart with 1 in that term. So interesting first half. It's finals footy here out at Bayswater Oval. It is Blackburn 6-5-41, leading South Croydon 4-8-32 into half time.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or showtime to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Eastland's match of the round at Bayswater Oval, where we've elimination final between South Croydon and Blackburn. Scores at the most: South Croydon 4-8-32, behind Blackburn 6-5-41. I'm Scott Hardy and I'm joined by Matt Lee, Blake Tennant and Paul Laconi on stats there. What an interesting game so far, isn't it, Matt? The tale of 2 quarters. We thought that South Croydon were going to sort of run away a little bit with it after that first quarter, and then Blackburn have just flicked the switch and said no, not on our watch.
Well, I think, Scott, you've got to hand it to Blackburn for the first half. I mean, before the game, they came with real positive intent. And that was to defend the corridor. And Brendan Allen alluded to that during his quarter-time address and also his interview with Blake at the break initially, talking about how they were going to do that. And they really applied a lot of pressure and they made the uncharacteristic errors. South Croydon, they were turning the ball over. They weren't really hitting their targets. They weren't as polished as what they normally are. And South Croydon, they're a very skillful side and they transition the ball normally, so well. But today they haven't been able to connect as well as what they normally do, and that's because of the pressure that Blackburn have been able to apply. And then when they've gone into forward 50, they've been able to keep the ball in. That's been a criticism of Blackburn during the year, being a little bit dysfunctional with their structure up forward, being able to keep the ball in for long periods of time and then kick goals. But today, they've been able to do that. They've spread the goals around. Oglethorpe has been really good. They've had the Hart kicking that sensational goal from the boundary line, Tom Barris as well. So they've got the goals on the board so far. It's whether they can maintain the pressure for 4 quarters against a high-quality team.
Yeah,
South Croydon.
You're right, and South Croydon, obviously, like we were saying, has been slightly in this position last week against Norwood, where the backs are against the wall a little bit, and it found a way to win. But I'm really impressed with how Blackburn played that second quarter. You're right, just that pressure. You could see that they wanted to get it back in their forward line, any which way, whether it's just bomb it down or whatever, because they felt that their forward pressure could trap it in and apply that pressure to South Croydon. South Croydon then was struggling to figure out a way to get it up the other end, and then they sort of in turn probably played a little bit of a different game, and they also just wanted to get it out and bomb it forward and didn't really have many options going ahead.
And it's also getting that number rolling back, so everyone's prepared to push up, and we talk about defending the ground. So if you're prepared to do the work and push up the ground and defend, so turn that forward pressure into defence and be aggressive in the way that you do it, and really ask questions of the opposition. And I think That's the question that we're asking now with South Croydon. How are you going to counter this? What are you going to come up with that is different? Are you prepared to change the angles when you're coming out of defence? Are you prepared to go a little bit wider than bring the ball back into the corridor around centre half forward? What are you prepared to risk ultimately to get the score on the board? Currently, not really kicking inaccurately in a final could be costly at the end of the game. The only way they can address that is to try and change the angles up to make sure that they put the pressure on Blackburn to turn the ball over, because at the moment that's exactly what South Croydon are. They're turning the ball over and playing into Blackburn's hands.
Yeah, definitely. And look, they've used that Bayswater Road side a heap. I would like to see them sort of use the switch a bit more, whether it goes back and forth, and then look for the drive up the centre or finding that spare. But look, it's going to be an interesting game, and I'm glad we've got a contest, because there was thoughts that South Croydon were just going to come out of the blocks and it was going to be all she wrote, but it's definitely not that way, and we've got a game of footy on our hands. Blake, I'll get you on board. You're obviously down at the boundary. How have you seen it, and have you got any sort of scores from us around the grounds?
Yeah, I'll start off with the game first. The wind is like, it's on and off. Like one time you get some wind, and then the other time it's nice and it's nice and sunshine.
But it feels like half forward to half forward flank. It doesn't appear to be going straight down the ground, does it? It appears from one side of the ground to the other. So it's not really having a dramatic impact on the game.
Yeah, there are some boys that are very sweaty as well. Like their faces are all bunched in sweat. But I'll go through some scores. We've got some big scores actually. Considering your Division 3, Warrandyte 42-76. Donvale. There could be a straight set upset for Warrandyte.
Well, I said yesterday on the weekend forecast that Donvale were the second best team all season. A lot of people questioned my thought process, but I just got the sense that Warrandyte, they've just played in fits and spurts during the course of the year, but Donvale, it's only a half a football to go, so they've got to maintain it, and for their sake, there's a big chance that they could step into a grand final, which would be a massive story in the context of Division 3.
Yeah, let's get to Division 2 scores. Got South Belgrade 38-26 to Ringwood 15-11. So inaccurate kicking as well for South Belgrade, but I know the wind's probably big down at Mitcham as well.
Well, it feels like it, Scott, doesn't it? I mean, we were at that game last week, and Eastfield had that overwhelming thought of not being able to put the scoreboard pressure on. So maybe South Belgrade having a little bit of trouble just putting the goals on the board, but they are getting a lot of shots on goal, which would be a little bit concerning for Ringwood.
Yeah, and you would think that South Belgrade sort of would be in that box seat after that rest from last week.
And I've got First Division scores. Got East Ringwood 41 to Mitcham 31. So if it could be another Tiger upset,
they're giving themselves a chance, and we spoke about it pre-game that if they hung in the game for long enough, they'll ask the questions of East Ringwood, and they had a tight game early in the year when it went down to that last quarter, and East Ringwood pulled away late in the game. It wasn't high scoring, so it appears that it's a very similar scenario again. So it's just whether the tall timber of East Ringwood and the bigger bodies, whether they step it up again in the second half.
Yeah, just also to get you back on that one, Spider. East Ringwood have actually 6-5-41 and to Mitcham 4-7-31. So they've had more scoring shots than East Ringwood right now as we speak. So if they can actually use that to their advantage, they'll be fine, you reckon?
Well, you still got to win the battle, but you have to be able to defend that. And last week, on the Sunday in particular, with that wind, and we saw it last week, two sides kicking against the wind at Baronia won the game in the last quarter. So that's going to be the key to this contest probably as well.
And just quickly before, we've obviously had a look at those scores, but I just want to talk to Paul. We've obviously got our stats man as well for this game, and probably should have brought you in before the scores, but what have you sort of seen from the game for this game, and what's sort of leading the charge in the stats?
Apart from one or two stats, it's fairly even between the two sides. So I'll start off here with the clearances. South Croydon are in control in that statistic, 14-6. Marks inside 50 is fairly even, but South Croydon lead that 6-4. Intercept marks 7-4 in favour of South Croydon. Tackles 12-7 in favour of Blackburn. The turnovers 8 apiece. Inside 50s, 19 apiece, and the free kicks are 9 apiece. But in this game, South Croydon started off really well, got 9 scoring shots in the first term and had about 15 inside 50s. But then in the second term, the tide sort of reversed into Blackburn's favour. but really it's a fairly even game now.
But it's also that number, putting those key numbers behind the ball, isn't it? You know, Blackburn had their numbers back, and then they've been able to drive forward.
Yep, and look, it's going to be an interesting game, so we'll stay tuned after this, and we'll be back with the third quarter for South Croydon versus Blackburn.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bayswater Oval, where we've got a absolutely cracking game in front of us. It was an interesting game early on with South Croydon probably looking a little bit the better side, but Blackburn really, since quarter time, have cracked things up big time, and they lead 46-32. The 7-4, 46-4, 8-32. And I tell you what, Brash, I went out to the kitchen just to get a drink, and Marcus Pizzecco, you could hear him down in the rooms, and he was going off.
I can imagine, Brett, because as we said at the start of the game, Blackburn had to play the game the way Blackburn wanted to play it. And all right, they didn't get their own way in the first quarter, but they worked their backsides off in the second quarter and got reward for effort. Whereas South Croydon, they had a good start to the game, but there were some signs there in that second quarter that made me just feel like that they were just feeling a little bit full of themselves, South Croydon, and didn't want to do the hard things. Well, I put it this way, they got a reminder at half-time of what's expected in a finals game, and I would expect them to come out in the second half and put in a better performance.
Scotty, what are you expecting in the second half, mate?
They have to. It was just a totally different game in that second quarter. But look, if Blackburn can keep going with it in the third quarter, geez, it's on.
Yep.
Third quarter then about to get underway. Here's Ryan.
Second half, elimination final, Premier Division. Blackburn have brought the heat. Tap out there. King probably will want to have a big impact, more like the first quarter, as Blackburn just edged the ball forward, just outside their forward 50. They certainly came in today as the underdogs, as Conker, bit of a tackle there, kicked out there by Walker to the far side, will just bounce out of bounds, you would imagine, unless someone can get there first. Ball not taken by the South Croydon defender there in front of Schnick here. Will walk it out, so big, Scott, it's a big challenge for South Croydon now to respond.
Yeah, and Blackburn definitely had the pressure in that second quarter. The stats there that Paul led with, though, is the tackle count is very much in favour of Blackburn.
So here's King, got the tap out, but it falls into Blackburn's hands. Here's a shot on God. Right boot, yes it is.
Great goal.
What a start to the third quarter for the Burners.
Jason Reid,
7-5-47 Blackburn lead South Croydon 4-8-32.
And they've even got the flags out with that one.
The flags in front of us.
It's the first time the flags come out today.
That's a good addition. That is a good addition.
Could we see the waving of the red jackets this afternoon?
No, I reckon we will if they win.
Early days yet, but that's a fantastic start for Blackburn. Exactly what they wanted.
Well, it's a killer for South Croydon. 20 points down, and Marcus Pizzagalo's mood will not have improved any since half-time. But Blackburn just continuing where they did in that second quarter, where they really got on top. And they just out-enthused South Croydon. King, a bit of a nuttle draw in the ruck. Perhaps we'll give it to King. Huge tackle in the middle. Coming over the top there was number 18, Bajaga.
Kilpatrick.
There's a bit of pushing and shoving. Kilpatrick on the bottom of it for South Croydon. It's getting pretty willing in there.
Well done by Bajaya. Gee, put his body on the line there.
Yep, so up it goes. Wrestling in the ruck. King got the tap out for South Croydon. Now it's in the hands of Cooper. They get it forward. South Croydon, but there's not too much doing back there. On the hands there of Mallison. He got a funny old kick out towards the pocket. Ball goes loose. Wilson was there, but he couldn't get his hands on it. Now they go inside Kilpatrick. I think he's kicked it. He has. It's a goal. So South Croydon get the start they needed to this third term.
Look at that snap.
Brilliant stuff. Just a snap around the body. A difficult one to kick. Probably one of the hardest kicks in the game. And Kilpatrick gets his first of the day, and the margin is back to 14 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2.5 in to the third
we do
term.
have a different score on our screen at the minute. So Blackburn are one goal less. It's at 7-5-47 to 5-8-38.
That's correct.
So our score on the screen is a bit different.
All right, we've got to start looking at the scoreboard if I can see that far shot on the outside of the ground.
It's a 9-point lead here for Blackburn. Back in the middle. Good response by South Croydon. Here's King, the handball forward, trying to get it to Kilpatrick. They'll send it towards Dano King here. Needs to get involved. Handball off to Kilpatrick. Now out to Cooper. He can go long from 50 metres out. Yes, he can. It's through the middle.
Wow.
2 in a minute for the doggies.
What a goal.
And they cut that margin back. 6-8-44 to Blackburn 47.
And it's a bit of a Kilpatrick show at the moment. You know, that option there, brilliant. He's everywhere at the moment. Blackburn need to look at shutting him down because he is a danger player for them.
And for mine, I think he's the Chandler medal favourite this year, Braden Kilpatrick.
So let's go to the boundary with Blake.
Yeah, I think he's really lifted as well. Like, he's lifted his intensity and he's getting on the scoreboard, which is good to see. You know, you love mid-forwards. They can kick goals like that and put games back on them. And I definitely reckon someone needs to go on him because he's the danger man. I think Buzz really has told him he needs to lift, and he's shown that as well. Back to you.
Marcus will be a bit happier with those 2 goals. That's suddenly South Croydon have burst into life over there on the far side. Not much going on. Little handball comes back. Kick up the line. Reid is there. Gets over the back. And that's Dano King on the ground. Managed to drag it in. The umpire says we'll have a ball up. So what a game this is turning into. 3 points. Just when you think one side is getting on top and blowing away, the other side just comes back. Up she goes. Wrestling in the ruck. Big Maxi got a hit out there. Ball on the ground on the far side. It's Hart of the Sam variety. It's getting a bit willing too. I think it's only going to get bigger as the game gets on too, and they realise that one side realises that this is it. If they lose this one, they're out. So the desperation starts to come in. Sam Hart's got a free kick, which he will take. Eventually, decides to go inboard, hits a target. Nicely done to Satsis. Satsis just slowing it down. Blackburn, a little chip forward. Up they go over the head of Horsnell. Haven't called his name too much today on the ground. It's
too long.
Jager, and the whistle's gone. Free kick. So South Croydon with a free kick for holding the ball. Mallison
Oh, the Wombat.
The Wombat, yes.
I think for all the listeners, they'll be hoping that we go to about the 25-minute mark in the last quarter and someone kicks a goal on the siren to win.
Well, I was going to ask you,
That's all we want.
What happens if it's a draw? What's
Extra
the story
time.
What is it, 5 minutes each way? Or?
I would think so.
Okay, I guess we'll find out. That's a terrible kick, and it's been cut off by Horsnell.
Boundary line, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just to cut beyond the overtime, it's 5 minutes. So 5 minutes on and then 5 minutes off.
So captain.
So 2 quarters of extra time.
Patrick Lawler is taking a strong mark, and he's given the 25, Brash.
Yeah, well, it was on there because it was just a little bit more. There's a little bit more heat, like Brett was saying there. Every contest now is worth something.
And that's it. South Croydon just need to make Blackburn work for the possessions. Yeah, that's stupid probably for the 25, but you know what I mean. Like they need to keep.
I think the problem is, Scott, is that when the game gets tight, you're prepared to do anything. But the thing is, if you're prepared to do anything, then you be prepared to give the odd 25 away.
Yeah, here's the skipper, Brash. What a player he is for the Blackburn. That's a good-looking kick. No, not quite to the right. Minor score. So Blackburn go to 7-6-48. They lead by 4 points over South Croydon, 6-8-44. We've gone 6 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just can't get into the game, the Blackburn skipper this afternoon.
So they bring it out again in the hands of number 91, Nick Evans. Evans goes right out wide towards the wing. Marcus taken over there. Good work. So little handball down the line. As it's gone one back. They might have turned it over here. No, they've still got control of it. Little ball there from Burt. Now they go forward again, South Croydon, but that's going to be marked over there, cut off by Gray on the far side. Decides to go back. A little bit of a dangerous kick, but mark taken there by Hubber. Hubber goes inboard. It's a dangerous kick as well, and it might be a push in the back as it
reaches over the shoulder.
Over the shoulder. So either way, it's a free kick to Blackburn.
Reid had to be good then.
So he's played pretty well, Reid, to be honest. Here he goes. Little chip. They're just chipping it around the half-back line at the moment. Not trying to get forward. Done.
And this will frustrate South Croydon.
Yeah, but it's not really hurting them, Brash, because if they can't get the ball forward, not doing a lot of damage, are they, as Hubber has the ball again?
No, but it means they just can't get their hands on the ball to create anything.
That's true. So down the line we go again. So it's all very good, but they're not making a lot of progress at the moment. Reid, mind you, they've done this a couple of times today, and then they have eventually found a way through. That's a great grab coming over the top by Sneck. Now they've got some possession, South Croydon. They haven't had too much of it in the last couple of minutes over there on the far side. Ball close to the boundary. They push off the ball there, and it's very willing.
There you go.
Ball comes in, but now they've got it, Blackburn, or they can get a run off half back here, or not
numbers.
Half. Little kick out. And what's the umpire going to pay here? Free kick. Could have probably played the advantage, Scott said. Right. Now goes forward out towards the wing. Great. Mark. Free kick, I think, or mark, either one. So handball out wide. They'll go and... hang on. Whistle's gone. He's paid the mark.
Yeah, I was just saying before, I just thought that Blackburn were on the roll there. They probably should just try the advantage. I don't know whether the umpire would have given it, but worth a shot.
He's done well, Tallenburris.
Long towards the square. Can we get a mark? Bathy's in the right position. Hit the ground. South Croydon have got to be good here, and they are. And here's Williams. Goes towards Hardstaff. Takes a mark. And they almost out of trouble here if they can get this next kick very short. That's out in the full.
That's out in the full.
That's got to be out in the full. Umpire says nothing. Oh, very lucky.
He had a look.
I think Williams looked at the umpire.
I don't know if any of the ball went in there.
So Williams switches the play, goes towards his teammate. Got to be good, taking the mark. And they'll look to go towards the far side. Evans looking for O'Neill over the top of him. So Blackburn could be good here. They can get a tackle on Williams for a ball up in the middle. Geez, they were very lucky.
One thing that South Croydon are really struggling to cope with is the tackling pressure of Blackburn from quarter time onwards.
Yep, and Paul sort of said about it in the stats. It'll be interesting to see what the tackle count is this quarter.
Yep, they've been terrific, Blackburn, with their pressure. They really have brought the heat. The umpire says, give it to me. We'll have a throw up, a ball up, should I say. So margin is 4 points. Up it goes. Max King, and he might have got a tap there, Max, but on the ground, and the ball will be wrapped up again, and we'll have a secondary ball up.
The other thing, when South Croydon are taking possession, it's not the first or second handball, it's the third handball that's getting them into trouble.
You're right.
So up it goes again, and it's another whistle.
And they sort of get to that wing part, and then they can't get it further. It just gets turned over.
So Lucas O'Neill taking the football, and he gets a free kick. Might have copped a high one, and the whistle's going to come back
over the mark, I think.
Yep. Umpire says, let's bring it back. So the sun continues to come down here at Bayswater Oval. Perfect start to finals weekend in the hands of Cox over there.
This is the one, so they'll chip this generally and then it'll be turned over, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
And so Cox goes long. There's plenty of Blackburn defenders back there. It came off hands and it's going to go out of bounds in the forward pocket, and we'll have a throw-in. 10 minutes gone. The margin 4 points in favour of Blackburn on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Paul, you can't in the stats centre. Sorry, Brash, you got...
Go, Paul.
Blackburn are continuing their inside 50 dominance like they did in the second quarter. They've already got 4 inside 50s to, well, I wouldn't call it dominance, but it's certainly looking that way in the second quarter. The clearances are even 2 apiece.
And what about the tackle count this quarter, Paul?
2-1 in favour of South Croydon.
Here's a chance of South Croydon. Dano King out of tackle. Just dropped it. Just dropped it, Brash, and that's holding the ball. Blackburn will take it.
Yeah, tackling pressure once again.
Mark that tackle down for Blackburn, and that was a ripper.
And that was Reid again. He's had a fantastic afternoon so far. They'll look to go down that wing. And they still have a 4-point lead on 10 minutes in this third quarter. Mark not taken on the far side. A free kick given. It's going Blackburn's way, South Croydon's way. So inside 50 they go. They've got some numbers here. Out the back if he can get to him. That's Walker. But Blackburn do a pretty good job just to be able to halt the momentum and create a ball uprush.
Yeah, they have. And the thing is, once again, the Blackburn back 50 are working overtime and they're just giving no space for South Croydon forwards.
And so umpire to get us back underway. Up she goes. Ruck jaw's been a good one today. Bit of a 0-0 draw as the ball comes to ground. Was Walker who tried to get his hands on it. Now it comes out. It's towards goal and into the goal square. Wilson gets his foot to it. He can't hook it around enough. He got there, but he just couldn't get the purchase on it, and it's gone through for a minor score. So South Croydon add to their total by 1, but they still trail by 3 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 12 minutes of play in this third term.
Sam Hart to take the kick in for Blackburn. Short kick, it's a darting one to Ruff's edge. Takes the mark, he's been quite influential early. Just slows it down, looking for a target. Oglethorpe's out there. If he wants to go in his direction, he will.
Is brave.
And it's got its kicks actually worked out quite well. And instead, though, Marshall was able to get the quick handballs off to Williams, who's kicked it right onto the full, right out of bounds, and Blackburn will recover it.
They look a bit rattled here, South Croydon. They just can't. All of a sudden, they've lost their confidence. They can't. They're not finding it at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good assessment. They don't look to be too confident going forward anymore. As Sam Hart wants to go back, and I've got some numbers there, so they can do that. Now to the hands of Mar.
This is
go to the far side.
Sorry,
O'Neill's got to get there for South Croydon. He does. Could fall in the hands of Wilson. The tackle. Was lucky not to give away a free kick. Dano King fell over, got his handball before he did, and another ball up.
In the first quarter, they're picking up that ball, South Croydon, with one hand and getting it off to the runner, kicking into the forward 50. Now they can't buy a pick up for love nor money.
So back in the ruck here. Tap out there by Blackburn by Harry, going towards their direction. Evans is in there for South Croydon. We're going to get a secondary ball up.
The way the game is panning out, you'd almost feel like that one of these two sides is going to get a 10-15 minute period where they're going to take control of the game, and I think that's going to be the difference between the two sides.
So here we go, kicked forward in the direction of South Croydon's forward line. It's going to go and fall in the hands of Conker as he kicks it down the line. Mark not taken. Well, they've got some numbers, and they can send it inside 50 Blackburn, and the kick is a good one. Is that Talamburis? The kick long towards the target. Got it. Oh, almost taken there by Hardsuff. Macaulay. He's switched. He's gone forward, has he?
He has.
Yep.
An interesting move that almost taken. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 for Blackburn.
Well, it's a typical backman. Macaulay's always been a backman. You can't trust him to take a mark in the inside 50, mate.
So Brendan Allen moving the magnets, but it's come forward South Croydon. They'll manage to get it out of the fence for the moment. Out towards the boundary line, it's going to beat everyone and go out of bounds near the interchange gates. So still too close to call. It's Blackburn by 3 points. I don't know about you boys. I feel like Blackburn should be further in front. This feels like they've had the better of the game, but South Croydon have hung in there. So you can see the ruckman, particularly Max Singh, shielding the eyes there as the sun beats down here at the Bayswater Oval. And we'll have another ball up.
And sorry, I wasn't ignoring you, but I'm just saying Michael Dunn's gone on to Wilson in that change up.
Yeah, They were the only two options left, Brett, in the end.
That's right. So Wilson kicked 3 in the first quarter, but we haven't really cited him too much since, although he's had the odd moment as the ball falls for South Croydon. It's the kick forward by Mallison. That's going to go out in the full.
Into the Red Jackets.
It's almost out of the ground. It's out onto the mountain highway.
Brash, what are the Dogs got to do? Because they don't look that, as you said, that confident side going forward anymore.
Well, they're going to have to try and play a bit of tempo football, get the ball back on their terms, because they're just playing into Blackburn's hands at the moment.
So Blackburn, they go down the line. A few Dogs players there, but it might work out here for Blackburn. Bajay's there. He's tackled by his opponent in Cox, bringing him across the line for a boundary throw-in.
Because Blackburn are playing a game where tackle, run at all costs, and that's not playing well with South Croydon's game plan. They need to get the game back on their terms.
So King in the ruck, got rid of his opponent. Williams now, handball off. Kilpatrick just socketed it off the ground towards Walker. Got his handball off to Kilpatrick. Handballed it. It might just go to himself. He does. He did well.
Done.
He's off. Hand passes off. Back to Mallison. Inside 50. Wilson. Got it.
He's going to run over.
Hard stuff over the top if he wants him.
Wilson, you've got to...
Just go back and kick it.
He needs to take ownership of it and take the kick here. They need a goal. They need a goal. Don't be looking at trying to pass it off when you're the leading goal kicker.
You're right, Brash. 3 goals in the first quarter and hasn't been cited since.
Once again, the magic of Kilpatrick to make something from nothing.
So Wilson for the lead. That is holding on. Hits the post. Yep. 6-10-46 South Croydon go. They still trail by 2 points. Blackburn 7-6-48. We've gone almost 17 minutes into this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, you're right. You're right into him taking the shot, but he did obviously have the runner sort of going past as well. So they're at least looking for options that they have up forward, but yeah, minor, so it doesn't help.
So Patterson with a long kick forward out of defence, marked towards, almost marked by Macaulay. Ball spills down though, back inside 50, almost a mark taken there, but the ball spills away from Hardstaff. They're putting a bit of pressure on South Croydon, trying to lock it inside the forward 50, and it's out towards the boundary. And it will go across the boundary line, so 2 points the difference, 17 minutes gone.
What a great opener to Premier Division Finals we've got this afternoon. This is a rip snorter.
And that's far from over yet, Brash. I reckon extra time's still a chance. And it goes. Knocked down there by Hardstaff. Sorry, it wasn't Hardstaff, it was a Macaulay. And that's a free kick for sure. Caught in possession, and that's been the story of the game. Blackburn's forward, or the defensive pressure, has been terrific as Conker brings it away.
Good kick.
So the kick's a turnover though. Kilpatrick stood his ground and got the kick straight away. They want to move it out to the far side. Here's Wilson inside 50. Got a couple targets if he can hit him. Conker flew, but Birch over the back, plays on, snap on the body, goal. South Croydon regain the lead, 7-10. To Blackburn, 7-6, 18 minutes gone in this third quarter, Scotty.
Yeah, slight mismatch, but just too strong in the mark there, and just played on with pace. So that's something that Croydon's still wanting to do. They're wanting to move it forward, and it got the result there. Even with the mark, he wanted to play on.
South Croydon can thank Braden for Kilpatrick in this quarter, keeping him in the contest.
He's been colossal,
massive.
Some of his touches, have resulted in 4 goals won. Or 3 goals won. He's been responsible for all the goals kicked in this quarter.
So sun beating down here at Bayswater Oval as South Croydon get their noses in front. We're still none the wiser who's going to win this game. It's been ebbing and flowing all afternoon. Little chip across the half-back line taken there by Bajaga. Now Bajaga goes for a run, sends it up the line, trying to hit a target, does well too. Good mark taken over there by Talon Burris, far side of the grounds. A few sunnies out here today, not surprising because it's a great day as the ball goes forward again. Up they fly. It was Williams was there. He managed to just do enough to keep the ball to ground. Now it's right, spins, gets the kick inside 50, but great grab over there. That's I think it's Crowell, is it, over there? He's taken the mark, so South Croydon to bring it away. Leading by 4 points. We're almost in a time on at the end of this third quarter. This really has been a great contest this afternoon. Now it's in the hands of Max King. And Max turns around. Looks, it was funny little kick up the line to nobody in particular when it's going to go out of bounds. Round about centre wing, and the umpire says we'll throw it in. 4 point margin in favour of South Croydon, just about time on.
One thing I've noticed is that neither side are prepared to take the switch on at the moment.
Yeah, no, I spoke about that in the middle break, sort of saying just look for either the switch or going back and double switch just to sort of mix it up.
So he's king in the ruck. He'll look for Kilpatrick. Instead, he'll go towards his teammate in Cox as he tackles the opponent across the line.
And one thing also, they love that Bayswater roadside. South Croydon from their back line, every time we'll kick it out that way.
Spot on, Scotty.
Yeah, they may as well have they should have built the grandstand over there.
So boundary throw in.
Well, we'll get it done for the grand final.
King and Harry. Harry gets a tap out this time. He's done well on King since quarter time. And here's South Croydon. They can link up if they get the kick through. Hard staff, or had to be good. It was spoiled. Now Harry can send it inside forward 50 for Blackburn. Strong mark. Gone to the right position. And they can look to go that far side again. His Nick hit up the target, does so. Here's Jones. And they go forward again. And here's Kilpatrick. It's a bit better from South Croydon. Mallison sending it inside 50. Mark didn't quite make the distance, but they've got a player on. Here's Wilson in the goal square. The kick's not in his favour, and it is a turnover. So Michael Dunn for Blackburn.
What I have loved with Mallison, every time he's got the ball, lowers the eyes.
Yep.
He'll always look for the lead, never bombs it. Been some really good options that he's given the forwards.
Yeah, nothing like a bit of experience. Just taking a bit of time done as he tries to bring it out of defensive 50. 4-point margin, and that's going to be a free kick. I think it was holding on Klepp there. The umpire says, just wait for the official word. Yep, it's going to be a free kick to South Croydon. So Klepp it is. Gets onto that trusty left boot, sends it to the hot spot. Here is Mallinson trying to get his hands on it. He was there. In fact, it wasn't. It was Wilson. Ball towards the goal square, and a big tackle coming in over there too. And we'll have a ball up. But this is dangerous for Blackburn. Another South Croydon goal here, and they'll be out to a 10-point lead at a pretty important time in the game. Up they go. Wilson's gone into the ruck for this one. Ball comes out though, and they managed to scramble it out, so it's going to go only as far though as Evans, who went up and tried to take it. Ball goes loose on the ground. Klepp was there. Ball comes out. They've got it out, Blackburn, so they're a bit lucky in the end. It's a dangerous kick though, and Max King was there and just happy just to belt it out of bounds and force the stoppage. So 22 minutes gone, margin is 4 points, 7-10-52, the 7-6-48 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I think Harry's done really well on the ruck this afternoon.
He has. He's been very good.
Paul Uconi Stat Centre.
It's been a ripping contest. All these stats, there's nothing between them, not even a difference of 1 or 2 between them.
Telling you boys, extra time.
And that's why we've got it. And Paul, the stats are like that because it's a 4-point game.
Yeah, it certainly is. And he wants to win here. This is finals footy at its best. It's King and Harry in the ruck. King gets the tap out. It's going to fall into the hands of Lawler for Blackburn captain. The kick, he fell over as he kicked it. So now through Kilpatrick, the Dogs can recover. They're still under pressure though. Evans, he's got to get rid of it. He scored. Blackburn defender over the top of him, and it is a high free kick. And the Red Jackets hate it. The Evans goes wide to switch it back on that Bayswater roadside again.
He's lucky to still have a head.
Well, that bloke just kicked the fence in front of us as the kick towards. That's Birch here on the far side.
It was unlucky because he slipped.
Yeah,
so
he did.
It was one of those. It probably had to be given, but yeah.
Birch just played on. He's been caught with the ball. Did he get rid of it legally? No, he didn't. That's holding the ball, and I don't know why he had to do that. As Mark will send it forward to the captain in Lawler. He stepped up in the last few minutes. His kick inside's not a great one though. It's a turnover, and Schnick will recover it for the Doggies.
He's had a quarter shink.
He has, yeah, really a top quality player, and he's shown his class in this quarter as Hard Stuff gets out of danger. Looked like it was a bit dicey over there. Nice little ball finds Burt on the far side of the ground where so much of the game's been played. Burt goes right down the line looking for a target. Up they go, and good strong tackle over there on the Blackburn player. He's taken possession of the football.
Was it the Wombat?
I think it is. He's been done for holding the ball. I reckon that was a bit harsh.
Yep.
No, he got the tackle. He got the free kick.
I didn't think he had a lot of prior, but nonetheless.
Great tackle.
He needs to kick it to the square.
Sorry, Brash. Mallison. There he goes to the hot spot. Up they fly. Wilson was there. Ball gets over the back. Spilled in. There could be a shot at goal here, but it is. It's out of bounds on the full.
It was touched, I think.
Touched. Yep. So, a great opportunity, the front and centre there, but the kick is off target.
Bruce giving the umpire tips.
Bruce Priest is one of the best umpires never to walk onto the field. He thought that was a rough decision. Pulls the hands of Wilson. He snaps it, goes through. James Wilson got the front and centre. and they almost got on a couple of minutes ago, and James Wilson, who kicked 3 in the first quarter, we haven't really cited him much since, but he's got his 4th of the afternoon, and there is that 10-point lead we were talking about, and the throws of three-quarter time. It's 8-10-58 to 7-6-48. Let's go
that's a good goal, that. When you look, he was going full tilt.
He was.
And he was kicking away from the goal when he's angled that across his right foot. That could be a contender for goal of the day, I reckon.
Let's go down to Blake on the boundary.
Again, just elite work there by Wilson again. It just brings, you would like this one, Besto. He brings that Tom Hawkins kind of style in the back. He just smothers that ball down.
Go to Cats.
Brings all that muscle in, and it shows it really well. Really well done there by Wilson. He's the danger man, I feel like, again. You know, he's been really quiet, you would think, from when he kicked his 3 goals by quarter time, so it's going to be really interesting.
You were having a good game, Blake, until you mentioned Hawkins.
All right, so free kick here going towards Blackburn, we believe. And the Red Jackets are happy with that one. It's Reid. Will send it long inside 50 for Blackburn. Can they get a mark? They've been good so far going forward. It falls into the hands of Talamburis towards goal. The bounce is not going to go through for a goal, just a minor score. They go to 7-7-49, trailing South Croydon 8-10-58. We've gone 26 minutes in this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Important now for Blackburn not to give up another goal here.
So it might be Brendan Allen doing the yelling at three-quarter time as Jones takes the mark. Jones goes in board. Nice mark taken there. So this is good from South Croydon. Just happy to possess the football for a little while. Here's Snick. Snick down the line. They look a different side. Dano King hasn't seen. I'd love to know how many touches he's had today, because he hasn't been that. He's been around, but he hasn't had necessarily an awful lot of the ball.
Kick.
Just doing Dano King things, and that's a beautiful kick to hit up Maxi, his namesake. Out wide it goes now. That's it's Evans. Evans goes into the pocket to no one in particular. What a great kick, although getting there was Sheridan, but he just couldn't keep it in, and the ball goes out of bounds.
I'll take the stoppage though.
Yep, absolutely.
I think just a missed kick from Allen there as well. He had option out the back on the sort of Bayswater Road side, but yeah, just shanked it.
Let's see if Wilson does exactly what he did again.
So as Brash said, important for Blackburn not to give up another goal going in three-quarter time. Would make it very difficult. Wilson with a tap out. Dano King's there. And we'll get another stoppage.
He tried then.
His own man spoiled him then.
he tried, because he just had him held, and then you could see what's happening.
This time King, the hit over the back. I've got some players there. Williams is one of them. There'll be another ball up. Got to the ball first.
Blackburn just need to stay disciplined here.
Well, there's a siren. 27 minutes that quarter, but South Croydon, they did enough to get back the lead. They lead by 9 points at three-quarter time. 8-10-58 to Blackburn, 7-7-49. Brett Beston with the goal kickers.
So James Wilson added to his 3 goals in the first quarter. He's got 4. Cooper, Birch and Kilpatrick with singles. And meanwhile for the Blackburn side, a couple of goals to Bathy. Also Talamburis has got 1, Reid's got 1, Hart's got 1, and the other Hart 2 as well. But what a game it's been. We've got to the three-quarter time break, and it's all to play for now. One side will be finished in a quarter's time, but at the moment it's South Croydon in front by 58-49, and we'll take a break and come back and bring you all the action from what promises to be a fantastic last quarter from Bayswater Oval. Up next.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval. I tell you what, I don't know about you listening to it on the radio or indeed on the SEN app or watching it on the line this afternoon, but I'm enjoying this game. This is a fantastic clash. 9 points the difference, and for one of these sides, in a quarter's time, they're going to be planning their end-of-season trip because it's South Croydon in front by 9 points. Brash, great quarter by Kilpatrick. He was the star for South Croydon, who really sparked them, and they've got their noses in front. And I tell you what, Blackburn really, you would think, need the first goal of this last term.
Yeah, right, Brett, because Kilpatrick was the man, and also one other guy, Thomas Shink, in the back, in the off half back. He repelled a lot of Blackburn inside 50s. Let's go down to Blakey.
Yeah, just got Marcus here. Marcus, mate, what was the key message during that three-quarter time speech?
It's just a typical finals game. It's just that, we're not getting clean footy. We just need to grind it, try and grind out a win and just find a way to score and keep the footy in our front half.
Yeah, what was the message at half-time? Because Blackburn, they did come up to you very quickly in that game, and, they kind of got ahead of you, you would say, in that second quarter. What was your message at half-time?
Oh, look, I think they were hard at the contest than us, and I think we had sort of 18 tackles and a half of footy, which just isn't enough. So it was more around contest and effort, to be honest. I think we played, we sort of got a bit ahead of ourselves, but we got ourselves back in the game.
Geez, Kilpatrick lifted his game third quarter. He must be really proud of that.
Yeah, he did all our mids, to be honest. We were getting beaten in there badly, and so we adjusted that, and they stood up when it mattered. But we've got to finish it off now.
Yeah, all the best, mate. Good luck.
I think you're right, Brashek. He's talking about getting ahead of themselves. They did get ahead of themselves, and he's obviously given them a spray at half-time by all accounts, and then, managed to flick it back. But like I said, when a club's got their, back against the wall, it shows a talent of a side. So now it's up to Blackburn to sort of bounce back and see where they sit. They've still got the faithful Reds coming off here, and it should be a great fourth quarter.
South Croydon finished third this year on the back of a fantastic home and away season. Blackburn have had to fight for every single victory, and they've lost a couple of crucial games throughout the year, yet they're 9 points and they're still well in the contest. The first 5 minutes for them is going to be key. They need to kick the opening goal, because if South Croydon kick the opening one themselves, it's going to make it just a little bit harder.
So it's just about down to the pointy end. 1 quarter left of footy for one of these two sides. Who will it be? Will it be South Croydon or Blackburn that will be exiting at the end of this one? Currently it's South Croydon with a 9-point lead.
I hear coins in the background.
Hear what?
Coins.
No, just the gates being shut, making sure we're secure.
They're not my coins, I tell you that for nothing. I haven't got any money. As Max King gets the first head out of the final term, goes to ground. Going in there, getting it out, they do South Croydon. They managed to hurry it forward, but it's nicely done there by number 23, who is Huber. Huber goes forward. First goal of this term, as we said, is absolutely crucial. Out towards this wing. Chasing over there and getting a little tap on. Blackburn, it's going to be out of bounds.
And Bathy really hasn't been sighted since about the 15-minute mark of the first quarter. So you've got to try and get him into the game as well now.
Well, he was certainly influential, as Brash said, but we haven't seen him so much. But Brendan, I'd love to know what he said to the troops at three-quarter time. It's all on the line. Good hit out there by Harry, who's been very good on the ruck today. Now they get it forward, Blackburn, down to about the half-forward line, but it's going to beat everyone and go out of bounds.
It might have been an Al Pacino speech any given Sunday. That'd be what you want to go with for Blackburn. You got to give me that in.
I like it.
So boundary throw in. Here's Harry in the ruck, gets the first tap out to his teammate there,
and he's been good. Harry stood up exceptional against King. You know, it's been a very even contest.
He's got a very tough opponent to beat in this last quarter. King, that was Williams actually getting the kick forward, just burst through the pack. O'Neill was down on the ground, got his handball out, and he's Kilpatrick. Take a bounce.
Look at him
take
go.
A second bounce. No, he'll kick it forward. Got an option open. Mark not taken by Sheridan, and his opponent should be able to clear up here in Faulkner goes long down the line, and Dano King under it, couldn't quite take the mark.
Well done.
And it's an okay result in the end because the kick looked like to be all Dano King's, but Sheridan
he slipped Sheridan, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just at the vital moment he slipped.
Yeah, just thought he had control of the ball, but wasn't quite able to.
Even Dano King hasn't had an afternoon where he's had clean possession. It's been always a bit hurried.
Sometimes all it takes is 5-10 minutes in a tight fourth quarter final as the... It's a high tackle, Scotty. Holding the ball.
Called it, but he said raise the arm.
A few words there.
Oh, it's on.
Oglethorpe,
umpire
emerging leader for Blackburn.
Just making sure.
Yeah, he just say lifted the shoulder there, so play on.
So ball up here. King should get the tap out. He does. The tackle's strong one, and that ball is going nowhere.
So... which way is it going to go? We've had 2 minutes of this last quarter. There's a whistle immediately as the ball goes up.
An illegal shepherd on the Blackburn player.
And so free kick to Blackburn. Don't want to be giving away free kicks at any time, but especially in the last quarter with everything on the line. Down the line they go. Ball gets over the back, and it's been trying to keep it in there was Bathy, but I think that's out, I would say.
I thought he kept that in, but there's been a few dubious ones on this pocket. We might get Bruce out there shortly.
Yeah, we'll get Bruce's opinion on that
one. I tell you what, it's great having Bruce beside me because every time there's a free kick, he tells me what it's for. Ball goes in. King manages to push his opponent out of the way, falls into the hands there of Walker, who gets it forward to about the centre of the ground. Ball bouncing around. Sheridan's giving chase. Nice work over there by Faulkner. Did well. Gets it forward down to about the half-forward line. Talon Burris did really well. He managed to shrug his man out of the way. Now they go in. They tried to go and bounce, but it's been cut off. Ball on the ground still over there. The pressure's not done yet. Little stab kick forward by Oglethorpe, I think it was. Bouncing towards the pocket. And this time it might be out. No, still in over there. It's staying on the far side. Now it's South Croydon who go down the line. In the hands there of O'Neill. He's tackled to the ground, and eventually we get the stoppage. And the umpire says we'll throw it up. Nearly 4 minutes played in this last term.
I think it's going to come down to which side makes the least mistakes here.
Well, you're right. Both sides have done it. There's a tap out. Goes South Croydon way, but a good tackle. Holding the ball. He's quick on it. And that's Reid again, Jason Reid.
He's had a terrific game.
He's had a phenomenal game so far.
And where the back line sort of stand up. I think Dale Walker, while we're talking about great games.
So Reid down towards a hot spot, goes off the top. There's a free kick given, and it's going South Croydon's way. And what one was that for?
Yeah, it was holding.
So here we go. They go out wide. Mark not taken, but they should be able to control it here. Handball back. That's Walker. And across the line for a boundary throw in.
Yeah, he looks like he's been short of a gallop, Walker. He's been out of the side for a long while. Just hasn't got that touch, the Dale Walker touch that we've grown to know.
But he has done well down there, like in spoils and stuff. His kicking's probably been a little bit off, but otherwise, yeah.
So Cooper just kicks it out and works out pretty well for him. Said Blackburn are able to recover it inbound. They find Patterson. Take his time. He's got an option open, and he'll hit him up. That's Horsnell.
Kick.
Oh, got to be careful there. The kick out wide to Dunn in front of us. Plays on and goes inside 50. Poor kick. It's going to be cut off. Just the wrong option in the end, Besso, as Marshall takes it.
So Dylan Marshall, as the sun beats down on the Bayswater Oval, just looking around. You've got to be sure by foot at this stage of the game. You don't want to be giving away any soft turnovers. Slightly dangerous kick, but well marked over there by Matty Burt. just in front of the interchange benches.
And they thought he'd been shepherded out for the contest there.
And so Burt, you can see him looking around. He doesn't have a lot of options to go forward to, but eventually he just sinks the boot on it and kicks to about half back line and coming over the top. Great mark there from the big ruckman, Harry. He's been very good for Blackburn. He might feature in the votes, I reckon, at the end of the game. As the ball is played on quickly, now it's Gray, goes inside 50, and to no one in particular, and there's plenty of South Croydon players back there, ball bouncing around. They're under a bit of pressure. That was Burt who got the ball away, and they're going to get out of the South Croydon. Short kick, and there's Dan King, just at the edge of the 50-metre mark. Gets a little kick out. This is good. Now it's in the hands of Birch. Birch goes out wide. Oh, that's a good mark taken there. But is that Sheridan? I think? Yep, Sheridan pushing up the ground. Long way from home. So just taking a bit of time, South Croydon. I don't know if it's a conscious thing or not, or whether it's just Blackburn's pressure.
Strength.
That's great play by Wilson. He worked his man out of the way, and I don't think he can quite keep it on the far side. And it's gone out of bounds.
He had the strength there, and it definitely kept it, or tried to keep it in, but just slipped it again at the end.
Yeah, well, if he keeps that in, he's probably kicked a goal. Probably had the space and time. So ball brought back into play. Last thing Blackburn need is a South Croydon goal. Dana King's there. A push and shove. O'Neill gets it. He's got just got his kick out, handball out to Dana King as Russ Edge clears it out for Blackburn. They go towards the far side again. Mark taken, almost bounced 1, 2 or 3 times. Umpire said play on. Walker was stiff there. The handball out. Talon Burris has been huge this afternoon. The kick's not a good one though. Turned over Snick. So South Croydon go inbounds. They find Evans and they've got space. Evans, he's kicked towards us on the broadcast side. Hits up Cooper. Goes back into the middle. Kilpatrick slows it down.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
And O'Neill.
That's what I was talking about. Like, they're looking for the switch. Yeah, it didn't work, so they go back to the centre, reset, and
look for Wilson.
So O'Neill goes long into the direction of his teammate, and King bounce off the top, falls into the hands of Mallison on the left boot. He's missed it.
No, it was a wombat. I was about to sing praise for him.
Minor score there for South Croydon, 8-11-59. They're now 10 points ahead of Blackburn, 7-7-49. We've gone 7.5 minutes in this fourth term. So the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Premature celebration there as we all went up.
Yeah, I liked his game sort of from that. So he was quiet in the first quarter, but yeah, he's really come into the game.
So Patterson sends it long, looking for a target. Hard start. Sorry, it wasn't hard staff. It was Macaulay. And it's a free kick to South Croydon. Little chip across. That's a terrible kick. That's almost out on the full. Just bounced inside the line. So a little bit of pressure starting to come on there, and this is where the mistakes happen in this last quarter.
Rush, who steps up for Blackburn here? Who needs to?
I think the experience here of Dunn and Faulkner in the back line.
So they've got the footy as Gray gets it forward. There's a kick towards the inside 50. Crowell does really well, manages to get his hands on the football. Now he kicks it forward, and they've still got possession. Quick hands there from O'Neill, and they work it down that far side again. Good work by Dunn coming across, manages to knock it away, and he gets it back again. Little kick down the line, so here they come again, but that's been turned over as well.
It's just the pressure now for both sides.
Yep. The mistakes are coming, aren't they?
Well, both sides have made mistakes as Evans sends it long down the line. A few players I thought would get a free kick here, and it will go in the direction of Blackburn.
He's played well too. Hart, Sam Hart.
Certainly has. Sam Hart, the half back line. Short kick, finds his target. So here we go, here's Hubber. What can Blackburn do? 9 minutes gone in this last term. It's up his lead here in Horsenail. He might just send it long, inside 50. Got one to beat here, does Sartaz. And King getting there first, almost pushing the back. Ball comes out to Dano King. He kicks it out, clears it. Here's Kilpatrick. Stands under. It must have been touch. It was play on. Now corner tackle is O'Neill. Just gets his handball out to Cox. Gets out wide. Here's Klepp. He's got to be good with it. He's chased. Gets his handball up, but it's cut off. Here's a chance of Blackburn. Hart again to the captain in Lawler. Inside 50. Makes his teammate work for it. It's out of bounds on the full. Just had to be a bit better. As we go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I'm just going to go for some scores. I've got South Belgrade 53 to Ringwood 33. So big interesting score there. I'll get some more scores.
Thank you, Blakey. So Jordan Williams across the full-back line and goes out wide, trying to hit a target. Does so in the back pocket. So time is running out. We're 10 minutes into this last quarter. That's a dodgy kick back inside, but they managed to recover. Crowell.
Pressure.
Indeed. And so Williams now If Blackburn kick the next goal, we're in for some finish, that's for sure. You can just see South Croydon just trying to slow it down as the ball is sent down the line. That's going to be out of bounds, is it? No, it's still in over there, hooked back inside. Still inbound, but now it's out of bounds.
King's just starting to run on a... He's running on a bit of empty here, Max King, at the moment. I'm just wondering whether Marcus should make the call and put him down full forward and see if he can pinch a goal.
Yep, so he's down
possibly.
there.
So Ma sends it long, but there's plenty of defenders back there, and that's Max King.
Yeah.
But down the back line.
Right on cue. Gets it right across the grounds. Marcus taken there.
But will Marcus have the courage of his conviction?
Oh dear. Well,
not at the moment. Keep King down there. Keep him there because it's coming back in.
Unforced error. So it's going to be Blackburn to bring it back in off the boot of Bajaga. Goes inside 50. It wasn't a great kick as the pressure came on again. Little handball inside, but there's plenty of defenders back there. Walker
that's out on the full.
And Walker's kick is
that's gone.
He actually did pretty well, Walker, in the end. He got his hands on the ball and spun away, but his kick is out on the full for about the 900th time in this quarter.
Who wants to win the game here?
You're right, and it's a big chance of Blackburn. Right, they trail by 10 points. They need the next one, and this one's going right back on. Did it stay in? It bounced. It's lucky.
I tell you
what,
what,
a poor kick.
Well, I said who's going to win the game? No one wants to win the game yet.
Well, both tries trying to throw it away.
Trying to lose it, that's for sure.
Boundary throw in. What can Blackburn do here? It's Harry and King in the ruck. Harry's been pretty good. King gets his tap out. No one gets a clear possession on it yet. Falls out to Russ Edge. Short kick. Mark's not going to be paid. Not 15. Falls out to the back. And they've got to be clean here, South Croydon. They're under pressure. The handball's off to Kilpatrick. Did that stay in? Did that stay in hard stuff? No, you're right. It is out of bounds.
Good call there.
And they got that one right.
Yeah, that was definitely right. He dragged the ball. He sort of, if he stretched his arms out. Yeah, thank you. He stretched his arms out. Could have kept that in.
I tell you what, there's not too many flags floating down from the Blackburn faithful. They are nervous with 12 minutes played on this last term, and they trail by 10 points as the ball is into the tight contest and the umpire's whistle goes. Let's head down to Blake.
Yeah, you got some more scores as well. We've got the Warrandyte, they're coming. Warrandyte 89 to Donvale 98. So interesting scores there.
So South Croydon for the moment managed to hang on. Little short kick there, finds O'Neill. Whistle's gone. In fact, it was Hardstaff. So Hardstaff, little short kick, picks out Cox. Cox goes inboard, puts it onto the right foot, sends it long, and good mark. Terrific mark by Mellison, I think it was in the middle of the ground. Now they go forward, South Croydon. The next goal. It's going to be huge. And there he is. Here we go. There's a chance now for Walker. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can. Walker's put it through. Is that the nail in the coffin? I tell you what, they're going to take some stopping now, South Croydon. Jordan Walker gets his first of the day, and the margin is out to 16 points. 13 and a half minutes gone in this last term.
It was ugly. It was ugly. But they found a way through, South Croydon. They found a way through.
And again, Mellison just looking for that option, running past. Yeah, he probably could have lined up for the shot, but gave it, and what a goal.
Just goes back to that mark in the middle by Jones. He had three players around him. If he drops that, it's going the other way. As we go to Paul Uconi Stats Centre.
South Croydon have been dominating the inside 50s in this last quarter, so it's been great desperation by them. They've taken 4 intercept marks in this quarter, so great work by them.
Blackburn goes forward through Russ Edge. They've got players on here. Here's Conker. If you can clever kick around the body, get it to bounce. No, just to the right side. They go to 7-8-50. South Croydon 9-11-65. They're going to need 3 goals in the last 10 minutes to win the game.
So it's going to take some doing now as Cox brings the ball out. Runs a fair way before he gets the boot to it finally, but he finds a target. Sun beating down here on the Bayswater Oval. It's been a sensational afternoon. Great crowd, great game. Can't really ask for too much more than that. And they're just slowing it down to South Croydon. There's nothing more they have to do. 15 points in front, 3 goals needed in about, probably 10 minutes, you'd say.
Good pressure.
It's a shocking ball, though, when the pressure comes in, and they managed to force a turnover, but Lawler can't do anything, and in fact, he's out of bounds on the far side of the grounds.
Well, he was stalling for time there, so that was well called by the umpire.
Yeah, and it was indecisive again. He had about 3 numbers out this commentary side and decided to ignore them.
So I'm giving up on my prediction of extra time, I think, as the ball goes in. Bouncing around over there. Horsnell. It's going to be a free kick. Going the way of Blackburn. Up they go. Mark almost taken there by Taron Burris. He got pushed, I thought, but the umpire says play on. Now it's in the hands of Corral. He gets the kick forward out towards the boundary. Hardstaff is there, but he got it on the second grab, did well. Handball back, but you can see the pressure from Blackburn getting in there. Rough's edge was good. On the ground, it's all a bit of a mess at the moment, and diving on it was Corral on the bottom of that. And it has actually come out, so Hardstaff again. This is a messy period of play, but finally Blackburn managed to get it clear out, and they get the kick forward inside 50. They haven't got too much to kick to. It's about a 4-on-2, but they've got a chance. It's roved off the top. Now it comes back to Hart. Hart's kick is there, and it's found the hands of Oglethorpe. And Oglethorpe, Mullet and all will go back and line up, and this is a must kick. He has to get this if Blackburn are to have any chance.
Unfortunately for the young, inexperienced Blackburn forward line, they just haven't been able to clunk those marks when they've needed to in the second half.
So for the sake of the game, you really hope this one goes through, because it'll make us give us a really good finish. It'll bring it back to a 9-point margin with about, well, who knows, probably 10, 11 minutes to go.
Get all the red jumpers behind the goal, so they'll let us know if it's gone through.
So here he comes, Oglethorpe on his way. There's the kick. He didn't strike it particularly well, and there's not a lot of noise from the crowd, and that's because it's gone through for a point. So the margin is exactly, what is it now? I'm just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. 14 points. And we've got about, well, who knows, maybe 10, 12 minutes to go.
Just like the penetration in the kick there, Oglethorpe, means tied legs.
There's a young player too. He's going to be a star for the club in the future. As the kick comes out, Blackburn might be able to send it back in there. Here's Dano King going to get there first. No, he's not.
Good attack.
Well done there. That's Reed. Kicks it forward towards the hot spot. Conker's there. Oh, well done there. Oh, it's going to fall into his hands. Was driving in the back.
No, he's not playing it.
No, I thought Conker got a push in the back.
I don't know there.
Well, they're upset down there, down behind the goals. The Blackburn faithful. Was it a push in the back? No, he sort of ducked a little bit.
Oh, kick off the ground. Oh, up into the air. No, I thought it was going to reach the distance there as Walker sends this out to Birch. Big fly, couldn't quite take the mark. Tackle there by Hart. Brings him to ground. They're running out of time. They've showed a lot of heart today, Blackburn, but they've just probably lacked that finesse up forward. So a ball up here. What have they got left? 17 and a half minutes gone in this final term of this elimination final in Premier Division. The hit out there by King. Patterson punched it to Hart. He's tackled and brought to the ground in a big tackle.
Jeez.
As we get a ball up.
That's WWF stuff, that. So
South Croydon playing some really good tackling pressure, just locking it in, and you've got to play it down from that tackle. He's
possibly winded, do you reckon?
It looks like a shoulder.
Yeah, well, they've got a trainer out there straight away.
He's gripping the shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was thumped to the ground. It was, as I said in my commentary, it was a WWF move. It was a.
Normally, when you don't take any chances, if there's a head injury here, and this is what it looks like, if he's calling around the neck, then that means that they may have to bring the frame out, the Jordan frame. Can't afford to take any chances with an injury like that.
So we'll just pop over to Paul if he's got some stats in fact, he's not there, Paul. He's just tucked away for a moment, so we won't go for stats.
He's sitting up now.
That's good.
Oh, he's groggy though.
He's all right, so that's good.
No, I think he'll need to come off.
Yeah, probably a concussion test, I'd say. Probably the end of his day, but at least he's on his feet, so that's
end of
really
his season look like it too.
Yep. Oh, there's Paul back, so let's get some stats from Paul.
Blackburn have been dominating the inside 50s in this term, 11-3, but they've only been able to get 2 behinds on the scoreboard in this last quarter.
So the margin is 14 points, and they're running out of time, Blackburn. They still need to kick 3 goals, and probably, who's to say, that stoppage will probably mean we could have maybe about 10 minutes to go, but it's going to take some doing. But if they can get the next one really quickly.
I think they're just waiting for him to get off through the gate.
Yep. I'm trying to mount a case for Blackburn, but it's sort of...
It's there. It's getting harder. They just need to score that goal.
The votes are going to be hard today. I think they'll be pretty varied because we really haven't had a standout 4-player played 4 quarters.
No, Max King with the hit out. Ball comes out almost. Lawler's in there trying to wrestle it away for Blackburn. Can't do so. Let's go back to Paul.
I think Blackburn I think they need to lower the eyes a little bit because I think they've had a lot of inside 50s, but I think find some targets in the forward 50.
They've been brave.
Yeah,
just like that forward polish. As the ball scrambles here, Mallison will kick that towards the boundary line, bounces over. And we get a ball up. Throw in, apologies. 14 points they lead by the Doggies. 20 minutes gone in this last quarter.
Timers on South Croydon side here.
Yeah, they'll be happy to waste a couple of minutes in this elimination final. It's do or die. Winner goes through the semi-final. Loser is out. So the throw in. King got his tap out. And kick forward there by Cox. But Jager's there for Blackburn. Handballs off the Faulkner. They're just losing some ground though. Handballs it off to a teammate, to Patterson. Couldn't clean it up. Here's Cooper now for the Dogs. Handbusters it forward.
Is this the moment?
Here we go. Cox towards Wilson. Got it. This could be it.
This could be the moment.
Get the hammer out. This could be the final nail in the coffin, I think.
And just Patterson just couldn't take the ball cleanly, and swooping in there was Dano King.
Just that fumble by Bajaya. Just couldn't pick it up cleanly. Unfortunate for him because he was stumbling. It wasn't through his own fault either.
So here's James Wilson. He's gonna.
What are you going to do, Jamie?
Snap it. So to put the Dogs into a semi-final. Wilson's done it. Goal number 5. And the Dogs are going through to another final. They've been brilliant. Blackburn have really fought hard. But the Dogs have just had too much class. 10-11-71 lead Blackburn, 7-9, 51, 21 minutes gone in this last term.
Yeah, James Wilson putting the exclamation point on the contest now. Blackburn have been absolutely valiant this afternoon, but they've just not been able to take their opportunities, haven't been able to take a grab in their forward 50 in the second half, and that's what's really hurt them.
Yeah, it's just those options. They just haven't had it, unfortunately, in this quarter.
There's a lot of clunking going. I don't know what's going on around here.
No, just
they can cut it
out. Someone's lost their false teeth as the ball goes to Reid. He's taken on the ground. We talked about it before the game, though, didn't we? We said that they may be able to hang in for 3 quarters, that they might get overrun in the last quarter, Blackburn, and that's kind of what's happened as the ball goes inside 50. Juggling it around there, and the ball comes out. That's a free kick, surely, for holding the ball, but the umpire says they've been pretty lenient on that today. They're holding the ball, but nonetheless,
that was 100% holding the ball.
Long as you're consistent, I suppose that's all anyone can ask. Up it goes. One by Blackburn out of the ruck. It was Ruff's Edge. He got his hands on it for a moment, but that's tied up. So 22 and a half minutes gone, and sadly for those down in front of us, they're rolling up the Blackburn flag. I think they're resigned to their fate.
Yeah, the flag's done for the day.
The support has been great, though, on both sides. But glad, credit to Blackburn, their supporters. They're staying sort of obviously to the end in this, but they've been great throughout the whole day.
So up it goes again. So the match just sort of almost just meandering to a conclusion now as as we get onto the boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got first division scores. Don't like the official score, but I've been told that Mitcham are down by 41 points to East Ringwood. So,
my word.
I thought that might be the case as the umpire calls out a tripping decision that's gone Blackburn's way, but the advantage play on will not be called. So we'll come back here to Russ Edge.
And they don't like paying an advantage either through this game.
So they trail by 20 points, the biggest margin of the game. Kicks it wide. And they'll play on immediately as they look inbound. The kick works out all right, finds Gray. Got a handball on, but good tackle by Kilpatrick. And that is holding the ball. And hasn't he stepped up, Brash, in this second half?
He certainly has. He certainly has. He was the instigator that got them back into the contest.
So Kilpatrick, short kick over the top, finds Burt, plays it on. And here is Walker right towards the hot spot. Is there a free kick given? No, it's not. Blackburn are under a lot of pressure. Kick on the boot. Is out of bounds on the full by Sheridan.
I think just looking at Blackburn's, they need to find, I think in the off-season, they need to find a key forward.
Yep.
They really have missed, their experience this year in that line.
And Bathy probably just hasn't had the influence after the time.
And that's the thing, if he's not on, who else do they look for? And then they probably don't have many.
Boundary side, Blake Tennant?
Yeah, just a couple on as well. They did have Jay Curran as well. Obviously, I think he's retired or he's injured all year, so that's another key thing because he was huge for them during their when they were going into the grand final 2019. So
that's who I was thinking of, Blake.
Yeah, he was very good in his day, Jay Cameron, but it's a free kick to South Croydon in the hands of the elder statesman of the South Croydon side, Dano King.
Because they've missed his mobility.
Can't miss him in the long sleeves.
Dano King.
Absolutely. So just moments away now from celebrating South Croydon as they get set to move into the next week of the final series. Decides to run around, play on, says the umpire, as the ball goes inside 50. Kilpatrick's there, but it gets over his head. Ball on the ground, diving on it there was one of the Blackburn players, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So 25 gone in the last term. Been a great game of footy, but South Croydon in the end just a wee bit too good on this final term, and they have just taken the game away from Blackburn, who have just run out of steam. As the ball comes out, going back there and getting his hands on it was O'Neill. In fact, no, it was Cooper, sorry. And the umpire says another ball up.
They were well and truly in this game for 3 quarters. It's a solid effort because they came in as real underdogs today.
Yeah.
Yep. They did, yeah, absolutely. We all sort of thought that South Croydon, I must admit, I thought South Croydon might have won by plenty.
That second quarter, like, you know, they can use that sort of going ahead into their future, because it was one of the best quarters they would have played.
So King here, the tap out. Umpire's given a free kick, and it is going in the direction of South Croydon. And big Maxi King.
How often does this happen?
Can put an exclamation mark on this win.
The game's over, and then all of a sudden, some Tiki Touchwood.
He'll kick this.
Yeah, he probably will.
He's got such a good action from outside. He's got a massive hoof on him.
However, even though they've got victory today, South Croydon, I think they're going to have to improve a little bit next week.
Yep. Oh, they certainly will.
They're going to have to up the ante even more next week.
King coming into this game with 23 goals for the season. Big player for South Croydon, so important. He'll come in, big run up, nicely off the boot, and it's right through the middle.
No, dobbed it.
And that's the exclamation mark on a big day for the Doggies. They go out to a 26-point lead in this last quarter, 27 minutes gone. And that's all she wrote, 11-11-77 to Blackburn 7-9-51.
He hasn't. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say he hasn't had his biggest day, but he's definitely been a presence for them. And what a talent to have. Either you can chuck him down the back to clunk some marks or move him up forward, and it's worked well, I think, when he's gone down back today.
Who's won the duel, Harry or him? I reckon Harry's done well.
Yeah, Harry's done really well.
I'd almost call it a draw.
Yeah,
I reckon it's been very... I mean, you expected Max to really dominate in the ruck, but Harry's had a fantastic game.
Yep.
As the two of them come together, right on cue. One by Maxi that time. Ball in the middle of the ground. Mellison had it for a moment, then Ganesh to get it forward, and the mark is taken over there by O'Neill.
These are the things that you hate when you're the losing side. You've busted your hiney for 3 quarters.
Quick hand, Brash, as the ball is sent goalward. Is it going to go through? It's out. It's in the hands of Wilson, and he's taken the mark, but he's conceded a free kick. He didn't look very... has he?
Oh, no, they're just checking whether it went over the line.
Oh, OK. Whistle's gone. Wilson sort of looked at the umpires up to say, what on earth?
Minor score.
And it's been called a behind. So
No theatre by the umpire there. Disappointing. I would have liked to seen him snap it.
It doesn't really matter, I suppose, at this point of the game. 27-point margin in favour of Blackburn. And mark is taken there by... I thought that was the final siren for a minute. Burt goes forward. Mark not taken. Ball goes to ground. Great work there by O'Neill, who spun around and got the ball towards Wilson, who can't take it on the ground. They'll get this. Faulkner will get it out for Blackburn, and they'll have a run-off half-back.
So here they go. Time about to run out on Blackburn's season. They've done well to get here. Towards Harry, punched away. Now here's a chance at King. Hand passes it off to his teammate Burt. Now off to Evans. Evans hand passes it back, and that's the siren. Well, take a listen, South Croydon fans. You're going through to a semi-final. They've got the job done here by 27 points, 11-12-78 to Blackburn, 7-9-51. They were made to earn it, but they've done exactly that as we go to Blake. Not Blake. We'll go to Brett Beston with the goal kickers today's game.
Sorry, mate, you caught me off. It was James Wilson who was the star for South Croydon. He bagged 5 singles to King, Kilpatrick and Walker. Also Daniel Cooper and Sheridan along with Birch. And meanwhile for the Blackburn side, multiple goal kicker. Well, Ryan Bathy kicked a couple early, but all the rest were singles to Hart, Oglethorpe, Reid and Tallenburis.
So Brush, 7 goals in that second quarter, South Croydon to just the 1 for Blackburn. They really, they made to earn it, but they fought hard, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and look, they were gallant. Blackburn. No way about it. They tried their heart out. They gave their supporters a great run today. Just unfortunate, just a bit of youth and inexperience was the difference between the two sides. When they needed someone to take a mark in their forward 50, They just couldn't get one, Blackburn.
So let's go down to the boundary where Blake has got one of the stars of the South Croydon performance. So I was going to say this morning, this afternoon, Braden Kilpatrick.
Yeah, g'day. Got Braden Kilpatrick, mate. What a game of footy. You're through to another final, which you're really happy for the club as well.
Yeah, obviously, really tough game. Look, I think we touched Blackburn up probably 6 weeks ago, and we knew they're a very proud club with some great fans and some really good players. So we knew they'd come out and really test us. And geez, they had us to half time. We just didn't play our footy, but we was glad in the end we got back to playing our way. So look, we'll take it. Sometimes you got to win ugly in finals, and that was definitely what happened today.
Yeah, as well, your second half, it was really crucial. Like, you were kicking goals and, you really wanted to get back on your terms, where Blackburn really controlled that second quarter. What was the message for yourself and also the team?
Look, Buzz was pretty stern. We probably haven't had to get a bit of a cook, but we just probably waited a little bit and thought it would happen, but it definitely doesn't in finals. And after half-time, a few of the boys really set the tone. I thought Coxie as a captain was unreal in the second half. Tommy Schenk taking intercept marks. So there's a couple of boys that really stood up and made it happen for us, which was awesome.
Well, mate, you're through to another final. You should be really happy, and I think you'll be either playing Donny East or Bourne. But congratulations, mate, and good luck for the rest of the season.
No worries. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
But Braden Kilpatrick there was phenomenal, especially in that second half. I thought he really lifted one of those players in the midfield that probably needed to after half time, because the Dogs were just, they weren't getting anything going forward, Brash, and it was and Scotty was certainly one who stepped up that really helped them out.
I think in finals, right, you're looking for your class players to stand up when you need them the most. And the thing is, sometimes if the ball's not coming their way, right, even if they're just doing little 1%, which Kilpatrick was doing in the first half, right, that's still enough to make a contribution. But then the cream rises to the top, and then those sort of players, they find a way to influence the contest, and Kilpatrick was that man in that third quarter to set South Croydon on their winning way.
Yeah, he was instrumental in that victory, I think, just especially from that second half. Obviously, that second quarter was definitely not on South Croydon's terms. You can hear probably the claps from the Blackburn supporters. They can't be disappointed. I know they will be, but they've done such a great job today to sort of stay in it. It gives something to build on for next season, and they have to be pleased with that at least.
Certainly, and they've got a real young list. I mean, this is a great learning experience for them. They'll be back. It was a massive achievement to make finals this year. As we'll get the song from the South Croydon Rooms in just a second, but
we're really stepping up in finals. We're getting the cameras. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, tune in, because we're about to go in the rooms. It looks like it's extraordinary.
Blake might
jump into the song.
Good luck, Blake.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
The Bulldogs. Go on, Blake, get in the centre there, Blake.
Get Gatorated, mate.
Come on, Blake.
And look at the rooms there. You got the women's side behind them, who win the grand final today.
Did they win?
No, they did lose to East Nevers.
That's brilliant. That's what you want to see, and great vision, from the immediate team there to cover that. And you can see, like you're saying, everyone's sort of involved in that club to get behind the boys, and a great win going forward.
Great scenes. I think might have been Robbie Mellis that I couldn't quite see, standing there with his little girl in his arms, and they're obviously a great family club, and they've spoken about that previously, particularly when they won in 2017, and the dream is still alive. Can they win again, boys? I mean, they'll play the winner of tomorrow's game, I mean, obviously, we don't know who's going to win tomorrow, but based on the evidence of today, Baldwin have been, you'd probably think they might get up tomorrow, with no disrespects to Doncaster East. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it?
It's a hard one to say, because before coming in today, I certainly would have said yes. But at times today, they were, their ball use wasn't great. They didn't hit up targets, and they lost a bit of confidence. But that's the thing. If they have that sort of confidence and play with the the enthusiasm and using the ball a lot better, I think they'll be fine. They've got the options up forward. They've got a star-studded midfield, King in the ruck. A lot of players here can lift. Dano King didn't have a massive game. You look at some of those players. We're going to go boundary side to Blake Tennant, who I believe has James Wilson here.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, got James Wilson here. James, mate, what a game of footy, mate. 5 goals and it was a really challengeable game. You must be really proud of the group and also the club going forward to next week.
Yeah, 100%. Look, they made it a grind, which credit to them, but we were able to turn it over in the third quarter, fourth quarter, and we were able to get on top, and we took it from there, which is nice to see. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just speak with Braden as well, with how much Blackburn, they really challenged you for, that second quarter. And, I think they had the lead or something at half-time and something. And, I think Buzz was very emotional and he got a very, he wasn't really happy the way. But how did the forward group go? Because obviously, you weren't really scoring that much and all that. But how do you think the forwards went after half-time?
Yeah, well, we copped a fair clip at half-time, and
we heard that.
And you know what? Credit to Blackburn, they stick to their guns, and they're really strong in the stoppage, and they gave it to us in that first half. And just after half-time, we were able to get on top a little bit there in that area, and then move it forward. And once we got it forward, we were able to compete one-on-one, and we were looking good one-on-one, and gave us some more scoring opportunities. So yeah.
A lot of supporters out here today. This must mean a lot to not only yourself, your team, but also the club, because you've seen it in 2017 and all that now, and the club's still going forward, and it's really good to see that the club is still supporting the senior group and also you girls as well.
Yeah, we've had a tough year. We've had our rooms are getting done at the minute, and we've been in portables all year, no showers and everything. So it's been a long winter, and we're looking forward to this September, and hopefully we can go all the way. So, yeah.
All right, team, got any questions for James?
Yeah, James, you'd be looking forward to a decent shower, wouldn't you?
You can say that again, but look, we can only control what we can control, and that's turning up each night at Tuesday, Thursday, and on Saturday, and just giving it our best, and hopefully we get the win.
This is a typical finals game, right? And obviously next week it's still knockout for you. You must be really happy with the fact that Blackburn challenged you every single moment of the game, bar for about the last 20 minutes of that last quarter, but it was just your excellence of execution in the side that just managed to get all the game on your terms to win and get those vital goals.
Yeah, it was a grind though, probably the first 2.5, 3 quarters there, and look, finals is a different game. You're never going to get it your own way, and that's what it is. You just got to grind it out, and hopefully get on top, and which we did, and got it forward, and we were able to capitalise with our goal kicking, which was good.
James, can you just talk about some of the boys down back who I thought were really strong, especially in that third and fourth quarter when Blackburn really came home hard. They were sending the ball inside 50 repetitively, but they stood their ground and didn't allow many marks inside 50 for shots on goal.
No, they've been great for the last probably 6 to 8 weeks, our back line, and they guys like Tom Shank and Jimmy Crowell and Dill Marshall, they just step up when needed, and helps when they take an intercept mark and we get the possession there and we can rebound from our back half, and they were really, really vital today in our win, which was awesome.
James, I reckon one of the guys that you'll be, if you do make it to the grand final, that you really like to win it for would be Big Maxi. He missed out on the 2017 grand final. He was a laid out, but he's just a colossal figure. He goes forward, he does the work up front, he wins it in the ruck, he goes down back. He's just everywhere, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a man mountain, Big Maxi, and he'll tell you about it too. So, look, we're so lucky to have him in our team, and I can't think highly enough of him. He's a very good tap ruckman, gets around the ground, and it's one of his strengths. He takes the grabs around the ground, and it's a massive bonus for us going forward with the ball.
And what happens this week going forward? Obviously, do you look at sort of changing the game plan a little bit, or do you sort of just think with Blackburn what happened today in that second quarter that was just a sort of blip on the radar, and then you back yourself and what's happening with your team?
Yeah, you said it. Like, credit to them. They wanted to clamp the game down and didn't want us to like rebound from half back and spread and use our skills in that. So, like, we'll back ourselves in and just keep going Tuesday, Thursday this week and keep doing what we're doing and back ourselves against anyone. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations, James. 5 goals today and well done on the win. 27 points. You'll be looking forward to your next week's game. We're looking forward to see how you go.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
He was brilliant, wasn't he, Besto? 5 goals. There's that first quarter where he really looked like he was going to get off the leash with the 3 early. Had to really work hard after that for the other 2.
Yeah, they did. And the thing is that, Andrew Ainger did something very similar in a grand final, kicking 4 goals in the first quarter, and sometimes that sets the tone for the afternoon. But they actually, in the end, didn't really capitalise on James Wilson's big start, because Blackburn for the next 2 quarters got the game on their terms and were threatening to take the game away from them, but just a little bit of inexperience in the end and not being able to take a mark in their inside 50 at the end of the day. That was the telling factor.
Yeah, they spoke about the defenders who were absolutely fantastic today, weren't they? And we always sort of get caught up in the midfielders and the big forwards who kick the goals, but the South Croydon defence, absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have some awards to give out as well.
Oh, we do. I almost forgot about the awards.
We've got some time for them. We've got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. We've got the Workman of the Day for Workers, Eastland, and we've got the also Player of the Day for Eastland. We will get into the votes in a second, but we'll start with maybe the Goal of the Day. We've got a few options, Besto. You've got some on there.
I've gone with, for my vote, I'll go Samuel Hart in the second quarter. Just that superb sort of snap. That's my choice.
Yeah, I like the Hart one too. That's the one that comes to my mind.
I think so. James Wilson kicked 1 in the first quarter and 1 in the third quarter, which I quite liked, but I think the snap was probably the goal of the day. So if we have no further nominations, Sam Hart can win the goal of the day, absolutely.
Wilson's 1 in the third quarter where he charged through the pack and the stoppage. That was equally as good a goal, but Hart's came at a very important time.
And Wilson might factor in high in the votes, I would say.
So. Yeah, I think so.
So we're working
Sam
on
the...
all right, so we're giving it to Sam Hart. What about the Eastland Player of the Day, boys?
Well, I've got...
before we do that, let's go to the 4 Workers Eastland Workman of the Day.
I liked Kilpatrick's effort in that sort of second half, just the down and under sort of, what he provides, those little 1%ers and everything like that. I really sort of backed his work rate.
I'll tell you who I like. I thought Jason Reid for Blackburn, I thought he was probably near their best player. He's in an under for 3 and a bit quarters. It wasn't his fault that they lost. He tried to give him first use of the ball. He put his body on the line. It's just unfortunate for him.
And he kicked a goal as well.
I'd put him in as a workman-like performance today.
I'd have to agree with you, which is a bit odd because now we've got 2 Blackburn players winning the awards and they lost the game. But
that's all right. Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Well, Jason Reid was going to feature in my top 3 votes. He was just fantastic. He kept him in it, and that he looked to be the guy in that last quarter that was maybe going to get him across the line. Had plenty of the ball, used it well, and it was just that last kick inside 50 that they couldn't quite hit the targets and result in goals. So are we going with Jason Reid for the 4 Workers?
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I think so. I think he was absolutely fantastic. I mean, I know they were in a losing side, but all day he was the guy that just kept saying, come on guys, and taking the team on his back, and he was in everything. So that leaves us with the Player of the Day. So I reckon it's probably between 2. I don't know what you guys think. So which way are you going, Brash?
All right, apologies to Tommy Shink and Lockie Harry for both Blackburn and South Croydon respectively. I'm going to give my 1 vote to Jason Reid. I thought he was clearly Blackburn's best player, and he tried his heart out all day, and he just didn't have enough. Just didn't have enough foot soldiers to reap the benefit from his hard work. 2 votes. Well, put it this way, he's the Chandler Medal favourite for mine. And when the game needed to be won in the third quarter, he stood up and was involved in every score in that third quarter, and that was Braden Kilpatrick.
Yep.
And for mine, like I said, he set the game up, had a bit of a quiet period, but in that third quarter, when the game needed something special, James Wilson once again stood up to the mark. He's kicked 68 goals for the year, and it's no reason. And for mine, he's the match winner for today and gets me 3 votes.
And who's keeping tally, boys?
I am not, but but I quickly go because I've already gone. But Lachlan Harry for 1, and then I'm going to follow Kilpatrick for 2, Wilson for 3.
Yeah, I've got sort of similar. I'm going to give him 1 vote to Shink. I thought he was really impressive. He won plenty of the ball and was probably one of their more reliable players during the day. I've given Jason Reid the 2 votes. He was just fantastic, as you mentioned. And then the 3 votes, I think when you kick 5 goals and probably in the end was the difference, especially in that first quarter, kicking those 3. You're right, he did have a bit of a quiet patch, but he's made to earn it. And I'm giving him my 3 votes. Blake?
Yes, so Rosie, I reckon my 3 I'll give to Kilpatrick. I thought he was really solid all day and really set up South Croydon instead of quarter. I think he kicked a goal as well and really set that one up. 2, I'll give to James Wilson. Really strong all day. Just competed like 3 goals in the first quarter. You never said you don't really see it in a final like to kick 3 in the first quarter. And my 1 vote I'm going to give to. I thought he had the big presence today. I thought Max King as well, really good, solid all day.
All right, well, I'll go next. I think I've pretty much gone the same way as you, Ron. I actually went Tommy Snick for my 1 vote. I thought he was absolutely fantastic today, as he usually is down back. He was magnificent. Braden Kilpatrick for his outstanding performance in the third quarter, which really just, it really turned the game. It was the thing that really just shifted the whole momentum, and you can't go past James Wilson. He got those 3 early, and we thought he might have been in for about, a 7 or 8 goal day. He kicked a couple late, and absolutely fantastic, and he's a star up forward. So I think James Wilson for me with my 3.
So that gives James Wilson the Eastlands Player of the Day. Blake, we are going to go to you because you've got some scores around the grounds in these important finals.
Yeah, of course. So I've got a semi-final Division 2. South Belgrave, they are through to the grand final. I repeat, South Belgrave are through to the grand final with a big win over Ringwood, 71-53 for that one. So that's a big win.
18 points.
Yep. I'll go to 3rd Division now.
Donvale, do they get the chocolates, Blake?
Yes, Donvale got up.
They did get up.
89-99. So a big win there for the Vales.
The blood's out in straight sets this year.
Yes. And I'll get a 3rd Division score. Still nothing on the thing, but from reports, Mitcham lost by 40 points to East Ringwood. So we don't have the exact score, but reports it's 40 points. East Ringwood up.
So big win for Donvale. That's probably the key one there. The blood's out in straight sets, as you said, Brash, and they've been 2 close losses because they were well and truly in that game last week.
They were, and it's probably not the opponent that Waverley Blues wanted to face now.
No.
Because Donvale are running on top of the ground after what we saw last week, so that's going to be a mouth-watering clash.
Hard to believe Warren died out of it because they, we saw them earlier in the season and we thought they were going to be there when the whips were cracking. And Donvale, they've been a bit slow to sort of crank up, but they've finally got it going, and that's a fantastic win for them today.
So the winner's reward today is a trip to Central Reserve next Sunday against the winner of tomorrow's game.
Yep.
Next week we've got Noble Park and Roval here on the Saturday. So
what a game that's going to be.
That'll be an absolute belter, that one. But the thing is, Central Reserve, it's going to suit the runners because it's a massive ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an absolute massive ground.
All right, boys, well, it's time to start wrapping up as we come to the end of this one, and it really has been a fantastic day. Blake?
What about tomorrow? Big day for the Tros.
Good on you, mate.
Hang on, I just want to see who we're backing for that game tomorrow.
Tros. Go Tros.
Yeah, go the Tros.
There you go.
Go easy on the boys.
Mustangs.
All right, time to start wrapping up out here, and it's been a fantastic day at the Bayswater Reserve. Many congratulations
to
South Croydon, to all the team. Paul Ucani has been doing a fantastic day on stats. Really has one of the toughest jobs. He has to be watching the game the whole time. Down in the boundary line, Tonsils Tennant's done a fantastic day today, and of course he'll be up there tomorrow, I'm sure, cheering on the mighty Tros. Wayne Brasher and Scott Hardy on special comments. Great work, boys. Fantastic. And my co-commentator today, Ryan Long. It's always a pleasure working with you, mate. Great job, and look to see you again. Well, hopefully we'll call another game before the end of the season.
Thanks very much, Besto.
I've been Brett Beston. Actually, I've been Brett Beston for a while, actually, last week as well. So just before we go, just a really quick tip for tomorrow. The Donny East game.
Baldwin.
Yeah, I think Donny East probably form in the last few weeks hasn't been great, so stick with the Tigers.
Yeah, they've been pretty good, haven't they, Baldwin? And the other game, of course, that we're at tomorrow.
Chirnside Park, Surrey.
Chirnside Park and Surrey Park, the 2 parks. So which way are we going in that one, boys?
It's a Panther off, isn't it?
Yes.
It's like a David Attenborough documentary.
I'll go the Panther of the Surrey Park variety as my early tip.
Surrey Park have been the better side in the second half of the season, but in saying that, I picked Churnside for a grand final appearance at the start of the year, so we'll stick with Churnside for me.
All right, fantastic. All right, well, thank you so much for your company out here today at the Bayswater Oval. Be sure to join us tomorrow afternoon when we bring you that Churnside Park and Surrey Park match. It's going to be an absolute cracker, and of course we'll also bring you the score and keep you up to date with the other match tomorrow, the Donny East match between Spalding.
And the Hawks. Boronia on tomorrow.
Oh, Boronia, sorry, I forgot about the Go the Hawks.
Go the Hawks.
And we'll see you next weekend. And for week 2 of the finals, it has been a fantastic day here at Bayswater, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. Thanks for your company. Have a great night.